free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A big day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow up 683, the S&P 500 gained 120, the Nasdaq up 464. That after new jobs data boosted confidence in the economy after the big sell-off Monday. New unemployment claims down 17,000 last week to 233,000, a sign the labor market's still in good shape despite last week's poor July jobs report. That triggered worries about recession and debate over whether the Fed waited too long to cut interest rates. Speaking of the Fed, Chicago Federal Reserve Bank President Austin Goolsbee telling Fox's Your World with Neil Cavuto the Fed solely maximizes employment and stabilizes prices and can't worry about market fluctuation.
There's nothing in the mandate that says go make sure that the market feels comfortable.
Mortgage rates hitting their lowest levels in 15 months. The average 30-year rate now 6.47%. That according to Freddie Mac. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The state of play leading up to the 2024 election has been constantly shifting, but now the Democrats have officially landed on their 2024 ticket. Vice President Harris has chosen Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate, speaking together on Thursday at a Wisconsin rally.
Can we hear it for Tim Walz? Oh, I'm so happy to be running with him, let me tell you.
I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket to help make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
While Democrats and the media have been quick to praise this Veep nominee choice by the Harris campaign, the GOP sees an opportunity here to define Tim Walz for American voters. Walz is a self-identified progressive who has faced criticism for his handling of the violent protests in Minnesota following the police killing of George Floyd. The Trump campaign has been hammering his progressive record as governor, while GOP vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance has opened up a new line of attack, questioning his military service record.
When Tim Walz was asked by his country to go to Iraq, you know what he did? He dropped out of the Army and allowed his unit to go without him. He said we shouldn't allow weapons that I used in war to be on America's streets. Well, I wonder, Tim Walz, when were you ever in war?
Vance, a Marine veteran himself, has been outspoken on scrutinizing Tim Walz's decision to retire from service ahead of his unit's deployment to Iraq in 2005. The GOP has more than just the top of the ticket to focus on. 2024 promises an advantageous Senate map that could allow them to win back the majority. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has already announced his intentions to step down from leadership after the 2024 election, saying,
"There'll be a new custodian of this great institution next year. I won't surprise you to know I intend to turn this job over to a Republican majority leader."
With party leadership positions up for grabs and a uniquely strong opportunity for the GOP to take control of the White House and the Senate, Republican lawmakers are campaigning across the country to define the Harris-Walz campaign and the stakes of the 2024 election.
She showed you who she is. She picked Walz, right? So here's a guy that wants to defund the police. He wants to let children mutilate their bodies without their parents' consent. He wants to take away forcibly your guns, not put rioters or looters in prison. I mean, she showed you who she is.
Florida Senator Rick Scott is one of 3 senators who have announced ambitions for the soon-to-be-available Senate leadership job.
You know what? I was at an event this point. I told people, follow people's actions, right? She showed you. She said, this is the person that I believe fits who I am. And it's clearly, I mean, you look at, she wouldn't pick Shapiro. It seems like she couldn't pick somebody because he might have some pro-Jewish tendencies.
You get a sense that the Trump campaign is recalibrating because obviously they were prepared to take on President Biden for years, and now all of a sudden they have a female candidate. And so attacks on her IQ may not play well with some of those swing voters, but what about just sticking to her record?
I think, I've run my races by talking about people's votes, their record, and just say, look, it's a real clear. If you vote for Trump, you're going to get a secure border. If you vote for Harris, you're going to get an open border. If you want less fentanyl, you vote for Trump. If you want less crime in the country, you vote for Trump. If you want lower prices, you vote for Trump. If you want a military that countries like Iran won't attack, you vote for Trump. I mean, you think about it. Iran didn't attack our troops when Trump was president. They're scared to death of Trump.
What about Governor Walz? Should Republicans be at all concerned about a so-called plain-speaking Democrat from the Midwest?
No. I mean, the problem he's got is he's not a typical Midwesterner. I actually grew up in the Midwest. I was born in Illinois, grew up in Kansas City, Missouri. I don't know anybody that says, oh, yeah, parents should not have no rights if your child wants to mutilate their body. Like where I live, people want to have their guns. I mean, this guy, everything that where I grew up, and in fact, where I grew up, it was mostly Democrats. None of them believed in what he's talking about. They didn't, this open borders and defunding the police. I don't think he's going to play well at all.
I didn't serve in the military, but my understanding is for those who have served in the military, embellishing your record, stolen valor, is a major, major sin. Do you think there's evidence of that with him?
It sure looks like it. I served, I'm proud of my dad. He was one of 3,000 people who did all 4 combat jumps in the Second World War with the 82nd Airborne. He told me the Germans were bad, the food was bad, the foxholes were bad, so I joined the Navy. I was in the Navy during Vietnam, but I didn't go to Vietnam. Nobody shot at me. So what you do know your rank. All right. I enlisted at 18. When I finished, I was a third-class petty officer. I knew my rank. Everybody knows their rank. Everybody knows their rank. So he clearly lied about his rank. Everybody knows if he went to war, right? I know I didn't go to Vietnam. I know no one shot at me, all right? So for him to say he was at war, that doesn't make sense.
You made reference to your ad. It's going after Vice President Harris. Was there thought about making the ad against your likely opponent, Debbie McCarcel-Powell?
Well, I don't actually know who my opponent's going to be. Our primary is August 20th, and so she's one of the two Democrat candidates. So I know they're running ads. So I think she's now very concerned she can't win the primary. So I actually don't know who my opponent's going to be. She's clearly a socialist. When I was thinking about Walz, I was thinking, I don't know anybody that's gone to war and come back as a socialist, right? Okay, so this guy, if he went to war, I doubt that he would be a socialist, because if you went to war, the socialism is bad, and you probably were fighting it.
There was talk in 2022 about a red wave in the House of Representatives. It never materialized. Do you have concerns about the GOP underperforming this cycle too?
I think you always have to worry that our people won't get out and vote. I think I think in 22, clearly the Democrats spent a lot of money lying about the Republican position with regard to abortion. And I think every Republican knows, be very clear what their position is, and don't let the Democrats lie about you. So I think people are energized. I can tell you my state, I've hit every county, I've done all the Lincoln and Reagan Day dinners, and the turnout is unbelievable. People know that we have high stakes this year. We can't afford 4 years of Harris. And now having Walz on the ticket, it just reinforces this most radical ticket, for sure in my lifetime, maybe in the history of the country. So I think Republicans are going to be very energized to get out and win. Trump is saying the right thing. We need to swamp them with votes. In case anybody tries to do anything wrong, we'll win by such a wide margin that they won't be able to win.
For those of us who've covered Capitol Hill, we know that being the majority party is a lot of fun. Being the minority party is terrible. So you're obviously hoping to be the Senate majority leader. Either way, why do you want to be the Senate GOP leader?
We've got to change the direction of this country. We've got to start solving the problems of this country. We've got a wide open border. We've got $35 trillion worth of debt. We know that we have got to preserve the benefits of Medicare. We're not working on doing that. We know we've got to preserve the benefits of Social Security. We got to work on that. We got so many things we need to be doing. We got to make sure our military is ready for an invasion of Taiwan. We've got all these problems in Latin America. And so I want to be the leader because I want to make sure we bring Republicans together to go fight these issues. And, we have a great Republican Party across the country. We need to get a Republican Party in D.C. that's focused on solving these problems. So I'm talking to all my colleagues about how you lead. I'm a business guy. So in business, the way you lead is you bring people together and you work like a team. And that's not what's been happening in D.C. since I've been up there.
Before we know it, the national debt will be $35 trillion, just a staggering number. Is there any possible scenario that you see of a new president and a new Congress doing something to at least slow the rate of growth of debt?
Well, it's clearly important to me. I balanced a budget when I was governor all 8 years. The state of Florida had not balanced its budget, but once in 40 years before I became governor. We paid down a third of the state debt. All this is doable. And actually, it's Congress' responsibility to get our debt in order and pass budgets. Since I've been up there, we've not been passing budgets because that's not what the leadership in the Senate has wanted to do. They want to do these big omnibuses where they control how money is being spent. So we need to go through the appropriations process. We need to balance the budget. Look, you do it. Everybody in this country, you have to do it. So I am absolutely committed to figuring out how do we balance this budget. It's all doable. I look forward to working with President Trump to make that happen.
With McConnell leaving power, this leader position's open for the first time and seems like in forever. Do you worry about potentially dividing the party?
I actually think that we can come together. In business, what you do is you bring people together and you talk about what's important to them and you create a consensus and then you work together on that consensus. Mm-hmm. That's what we have to start doing in the Republican conference. We have to say, these are the important issues. Who's got the best ideas? And then when we figure out who's got the best ideas, we have to go work together to implement them. I'm very optimistic that that's all doable.
I'm sure being leader would be a lot more fun if you have a Republican in the White House and a Republican House Speaker. Worst case scenario, if you have a Democrat in the White House and a Democrat-led House of Representatives, what do you do basically to be a check on them?
Well, it takes 60 votes to pass legislation in the Senate. So it's going to require Republican votes. So what you do is you're clear of what you stand for, and you stand for what you believe in, and you don't don't have to give in. There's ways to work together with people, but these should not be partisan issues. Balance the budget should not be a partisan issue. Secure borders should not be partisan. Having a strong military should not be partisan. Supporting Israel should not be partisan. So we should be able to come together to do our job, because Americans, Republican, Democrat, and Independents believe in this country and believe in the opportunities for this country. And what's happening in D.C. right now is reducing opportunities for Americans. Look, I grew up in public housing. I was born to a single mom. I know the most important thing you can do is give people the opportunity to live their dream. I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that's true for every kid in this country.
Hurricane Debbie hit Florida. How is your state doing after Debbie? And what are your concerns about the rest of this hurricane season?
Well, first off, I think we have to be really careful. The Gulf is hot, which means there's a greater chance that we're going to have more hurricanes. This last one, Debbie, gave us a lot of rain, especially in the Sarasota-Bradenton area. We didn't get the storm surge we anticipated up in the Big Bend. I went and visited Bradenton and went up to Steinhatchee on, I guess it was Tuesday. And talk to people there. So I think the first thing is it's you. You got to prepare yourself. You got to say, I'm going to watch the news. I'm going to get prepared. I'm going to evacuate if I need to. I'm going to prepare my house to make sure it doesn't get damaged. And we've got good checklists. You can go to ready.gov to get a good checklist to get ready if you're new to Florida. But have a plan of what you're going to do and stay safe.
Senator Rick Scott of the great state of Florida, thank you so much for your time, sir. Safe travels.
Always great to see you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings, 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Tonight's 940 Phillies Diamondbacks game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day. You can recover. Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. Former President Trump holding a news conference at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida Thursday, taking a shot at the VP, Kamala Harris, for not doing more interviews with media outlets.
You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference.
Harris continuing to campaign in swing states, holding events in Michigan and Arizona, along with her running mate, Tim Walz.
The AP Nork Center for Public Affairs research poll indicates about 60% of adults surveyed feel democracy may be at risk, depending on who wins the general election. The remaining 40% are split. 20% think democracy can weather the election result, and the other 20% say democracy is already broken.
Fox's Gernal Scott talking about a new poll that shows many Americans feel democracy itself is at stake in this year's election. America's listening to Fox News.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If you want to know about the scope of what has gone on there with Connor Stallions, you look at more than just deleted text messages. You look at the games where it was actually an advantage for the opponent. The one game where we can point to, and that was TCU against Michigan in a wild game, by the way, 51-45. Second half, there were 62 points combined in this game. But the first touchdown was scored on a pick six. J.J. McCarthy threw a pick six, 41-yard interception return. One or two plays of the 5 or 6 that determined the game. J.J. McCarthy threw 2 pick sixes in this game. And one in the first half, one in the second half. They jumped routes. They knew what Michigan wanted to do based on possibly a dummy call coming from this. And guess what we've seen? Connor Stallion standing next to Sharon Moore. Not necessarily in that game, but we've seen it in the past.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Remember when all those Hyundais and Kias were being broken into and stolen? Not so much anymore. Anti-theft software upgrades have cut theft rates by more than half, according to the Highway Loss Data Institute. Approximately 24 Hyundai and Kia models built between 2011 and 2022 are eligible for the software upgrade. Consumer borrowing in June grew less than expected, reflecting smaller credit card balances. According to the Federal Reserve, outstanding credit rose $8.9 billion when analysts were expecting a $10 billion increase. Wealthier Americans are still going out to eat, but they're choosing IHOP and Applebee's more often. That's the assessment from the company that owns the chains, Dine Brands Global, that says it's attracting more diners from households making $100,000 and up, but seeing fewer low-income customers. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot. $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract assigned, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame Night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored, falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial # law. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BICEP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BICEP to 321-321. That's BICEP to 321-321.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Away we go to, I guess, plagiarize our good friend Nick Kayal, who's not in here today. Welcome to Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Nick Kayal and Greg. Dawn Stenslin with us, of course. It's the Dawn and Sean show this morning. It rhymes, so therefore it is going to be the greatest. That's the rule, right? That's how Dr. Seuss did his thing.
That's right.
And we all know where Dr. Seuss got it from, right? We taught him everything he knows. I will not eat green eggs and ham. Hope everybody's doing well out there. I'm coming to you live from Tennessee, as a matter of fact.
Tennessee.
But a native New Yorker myself, right? So I get the whole Northeast vibe. We got Phil Almquist back in the studio. Henry Mashett, Dawn Stenslin. Everybody's ready to rock and roll for 4 hours here on a Friday morning. And I don't know. I think Hoagie Fest is over now, right, Dawn? Is it done?
Say it ain't so.
Was that the whole month of July?
Well, it's continuing. Hoagie Fest.
Why?
Hoagie Fest is never officially over in Philadelphia. I'm just messing.
I know you guys name your sandwiches all sorts of weird stuff over there. Hoagie Fest. I mean, I call them heroes. You know, we can call them subs. I've never heard of a hoagie. I love to poke fun.
We tend to call first responders heroes, and we call sandwiches hoagies. I'm just saying what I'm calling.
Well, I call first responders heroes too. So we have that in common. A little New York Philly unity right there. Right there it is. We have a lot to run through today. Obviously the Harris-Trump race is heating up. Tim Walz, people calling him, little nicknames here or there. Tampon Tim. I think that was a kind of a funny thing that broke earlier this week. The reason why I continued to talk about it, because I've thought that, the best way to attack this ticket the entire time, I believe in the power of mockery. We've had those mock debates right here on this station, and it's been a lot of fun. I believe in the power of mockery. I believe in the power of comedy to get our views out there, right, and to express our opinions. But at the same time, Americans want solutions, and I think we got a little bit of that from Trump in the press conference yesterday. Yes. I'm totally cool with mocking people. I have no problem with poking fun at their past because they would do the same thing to us. But the focal point needs to be, how are things going to get better? And the only reason why I would look at and focus on this Tampon Tim thing is because Hillary Clinton actually lost her mind about it. And anything she loses her mind about, I become excited about. I don't know if anybody listens to country music The very first country music concert I ever saw was actually in Philadelphia at the Link. Kenny Chesney was the headliner. Billy Currington was down ticket on the, down on the undercard of that show. And I became a Billy Currington fan that day, started listening to his music. He's got a song called Must Be Doing Something Right. And so what we say is if the left is freaking out, we listen to Billy Currington, we must be doing something right. We want to double down on whatever it is that they're freaking out about, not just because left-wing meltdowns are fun to watch and witness, but because tactically, that's telling us what we should be focused on and if we're over the target. So we've got weapons of war. We've got Tampon Tim, a whole bunch of good stuff to go through today, specifically because of the market, right, that we're in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. I want to talk about the snub of all snubs, the snub of the century, Josh Shapiro. We'll get to all of that as well. Before we do that, as we roll through 4 hours on this Friday morning, I want to say officially hello to Dawn Stensland, the great Dawn Stensland. We are the rhyming duo today on the radio again. That means it is going to be a rousing success. I'm not a fan of the footwear known as Crocs. However, I make an exception. If you wear Crocs and socks, because it rhymes, it is acceptable. Dawn, I know there's some big news out there. I want to toss it to you for the news. Go ahead.
Yes, Sean and Dawn will have to get what President Trump thinks about the Sean Dawn show. A little rhyming. That'll be fun.
We'll get into that. Because they're doing tremendously well. You know that they're doing so well. We already know they're doing so well. The ratings are in. They're huge. We love it.
The Best, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind on this dreary Friday morning. It's sort of spitting out right now, and we'll talk about the forecast. Remnants of Debbie bringing heavy rain, and yes, possibly even another tornado coming to our area. And so why am I saying another tornado? Because we have official confirmation that indeed a tornado did touch down in our region, confirming, yes, that was a tornado that touched down in Delaware, in the state of Delaware, in our region. Say the twister touched down about 7:15-ish p.m. last night during those sweeping storms through Newcastle County. So we have video, a lot of video has gone viral of this thing, but the fear is that today, with the remnants of Debbie now finally reaching us, as it's going to be a miserable day weather-wise, a lot of weather alerts, high surf advisory down the shore. Not that anybody's surfing, but all those flood alerts, flood watches, flooded roadways. And, of course, yesterday we saw a lot of accidents, and the traffic jams yesterday were epic. So Kirkwood Plaza officially right off Kirkway Highway. This is Wilmington, Delaware. High winds tossing, grocery carts, just as if they're a piece of paper. National Weather Service confirming that tornado did touch down last night right near Marshallton, Delaware, officially. The strength of this, we still don't know that. So that is in question, and they always have the officials in the days to come. They'll bring us all the details. I don't have any reports of anybody injured, but we have rooftops blown off, that sort of thing, and a lot of physical damage to dwellings. So we have that going on. We're watching the forecast for you very carefully as you're making your way into work, or hopefully you can zoom it in today and just watch Sean and Dawn and company.
That's right.
Sean, Dawn, Kayal and company from the comfort of your home on YouTube. So we do have that from the National Weather Service. But let's take you through it as far as what's going on. We've talked a lot about the border issues that are stretching across the region, that when we think about border crime and coming home here to the Philadelphia region. So I'll take you to one of our beautiful suburbs, actually in the area where our own Governor Josh Shapiro has a home and lived for many years. Authorities in Montgomery County, right outside Philadelphia, they say they're on high alert following this string of home break-ins. Abington Township Police, they say just within the last week, these criminals have been targeting a very specific group of targeting business owners, and in particular, Asian American business owners. So they're the police and the Detective Lieutenant Stephen Fink speaking out about this. And Fink says that the businesses are in Philadelphia, but then the suspects have been surveilled over time. So they follow somebody home from working in a business in the city of Philadelphia and then going home to the suburbs. This is not a new pattern that we've seen, as far as we've seen patterns where people followed, even workers from Philadelphia and have followed them into Delaware County. This is Montgomery County. And so we're watching this one very carefully, but they've put out the word to truly warn everybody. If you feel like somebody's following you, you can call 911. You can go to your nearest police station. But this one family in Meadowbrook, they were burglarized. They were not home, but the incidents happened just 2 or 3 miles apart. So it's a disturbing trend. We've seen this locally. We've seen it nationally. And we've talked a lot about the fact that some of these burglary rings, as we say, they are part of a wider ring of burglars who are these tourist burglars. Tourist burglars, Sean, meaning, they're coming from, some 100 other countries, such as South America. Maybe they just got out of prison somewhere in, Venezuela. And they're a tourist burglar. That's what they're calling them.
Tourist burglars.
Tourists.
So that is a new, that's a new
I'm not making it up.
classification of people, right? So that we have, people that are coming here from other countries, other locations are coming to Philadelphia, burglarizing the place.
Yes.
And they're not even from here.
Right. Now, the cops are not calling them tourist burglars. The cops are calling them illegals coming here to prey upon us. But the so-called, the so-called mainstream media, that's what they were calling them. Tourist burglars.
Well, Dawn, I just gotta, they're just looking for a better life, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why they're coming here and stealing all. They just want their life to be better. So I'm going to do this because I've said this a million times when we bring up this story. I have compassion. I do have compassion. I'm going to go into Truist Bank today. It's my bank. And just rob them blind and tell them that I'm not even going to rob them blind. I'm going to let them see me rob them and say, well, you have to understand I'm stealing all this money because I'm just looking for a better life. It works for them, works for me. Equality, right? Equity. We'll do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have an update on a story we've reported a lot on, and this is from 1 year ago is when this all began. Now a former Philadelphia police officer who was charged with a man's shooting death after a traffic stop 1 year ago this month, released on $200,000 bail. So this comes after the district attorney's office withdrew a first-degree murder charge against now 28-year-old Mark Dial. And that was just yesterday. Dial will be tried on third-degree murder charges. That trial happens next year. So how did this decision come about? The decision comes after defense attorneys for former Officer Dial complained that prosecutors had never turned over an expert witness report that they commissioned months ago and that they planned to use at trial. The trial date has now been pushed back until next May to give the defense time to respond, because you have a right to defend yourself and you're presumed innocent, obviously, but they didn't follow the proper protocols. This is the office under District Attorney Larry Krasner, basically being, slapped by the judge and the courts because they're not playing by the rules and not following the rules and trying to withhold certain evidence that, of course, somebody has a right to when they are defending themselves in court. This all started with another 27-year-old, Eddie Irizarry. By all accounts, this whole thing was a tragic story. 2 Philadelphia police officers, fully uniformed, in a marked vehicle. They see somebody driving erratically, going the wrong way down a street, all kinds of different violations on the vehicle. They try to pull over with lights and sirens, try to pull over that vehicle. That person refuses to stop and pull over. Finally, the person comes to an area where police surround the vehicle. The story they said was they saw the man grabbing for something with a black handle. Turned out it was a knife. That's when Officer Mark Dial discharged his firearm multiple times, killing the 27-year-old. So there are a lot of, this made national news, but this former officer now is free on $200,000 bail. The union, the Philadelphia Police Union, a lot of support from his own family, the union, and the community, saying that this was not and should never have been a first-degree murder charge. Certainly this officer did not put his uniform on that day intending to commit first-degree murder.
That's crazy. So they're still trying him on murder in the third degree, though, you said, right?
Yes. So
don't they have to prove some sort of intent that he wanted to kill him, or this is my question is, if let's go ahead and say worst case scenario, it sounds like this guy, right? Let's say worst case scenario, he gets convicted. How could you feel comfortable as a police officer doing your job anymore. There are people, I remember, when folks talked about the Butler, Pennsylvania rally, and I don't know if this is what happened there, like, how come they just didn't shoot the guy? When police shoot somebody now, even if it's in the interest of public safety, they get charged with murder. So how are these cops supposed to do their jobs?
You bring up, that's a great point, tying it to maybe that's why who knows if that's why they hesitated in Butler. But you bring up the best point. I haven't heard anybody make that point, Sean.
That's just a symptom, I think, of a larger disease, right?
Yeah.
It's like people get upset so it's defund the police. But then when something goes wrong, it's the police's fault. And if there's a suspect that's clearly dangerous, right, and the police neutralizes that suspect, and obviously I don't want to see people. I'm pro-life. I don't like when people die. And that's all across the board. I don't like war. I don't like any of that. But how are the cops supposed to do their jobs if when they're doing their jobs, and unfortunately in a pinch like that, they have to make that very tough split-second decision? Now they're getting tried for murder. Yeah. This is that's out of control. And if you're another cop watching the legal precedent get set, you have to be fearful that if you ever have to defend yourself, you may be winding up on trial for murder, which is scary. And that's a symptom of a larger disease. And you know who one of the first people to start that was? One Kamala Harris with the defund the police movement.
Yes. And a lot of audio that I know you're going to get to with the cut sheet with Kamala Harris, former President Trump holding that news conference, Kamala reacting later in the evening. Got a lot of that different audio. Real quick here, I do want to give the forecast because we have an ever-changing forecast today. The high in Philadelphia, surrounding region, Jersey Shore, a little cooler, but the high looks like 83 degrees. But we do have what appears to be some fast-moving storms. It could get pretty nasty here. So right now it's just spitting out. Currently 79 degrees, the high 83. But we could see some severe storms moving through. We have the National Weather Service issuing all of these different alerts. And this is Berks, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Lancaster, Lehigh, Montgomery, Northampton, Philadelphia. And in Delaware, we've got Kent, Newcastle, and Newcastle counties in question. And then pretty much all of South Jersey. So all of these flood watches, coastal flood advisories, flood watches, wind advisories, high wind advisories. I could go on and on. The National Weather Service just issued further ones, actually, that are not expiring until, I think, 6 o'clock tonight. So a nasty day weather-wise with heavy rain, high winds. We already had 6 to 7 inches of rain over the past couple days, and now more rain on the way. But we are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind, their e-commerce store helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, much more, with free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now, save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. And for our Philadelphia Phillies, I think we're back. We were worried a little bit, but last night, Phil's beating the Diamondbacks in their house in Arizona last night. And so 6-4 last night. Bryce Harper, 3 hits. Trey Turner added to go ahead and 2-run single. And the Philadelphia Phillies beating the Arizona Diamondbacks 6-4 last night. So hopefully we got the losing streak behind us and we're back on track. This is Kayal and Company News Live, the Friday morning version of Sean and Dawn.
That's right. Thank you, Dawn, with the news. You mentioned the Phillies are finally winning again. My team, the Texas Rangers, well, we're just going to leave that to last year. All right. We're just going to have, that we won the World Series last year. I can still watch those highlights. As far as I'm concerned, that's fine because I've never seen a team that I root for win a championship. Aww. So I am permanently living back on November 1st, 2023, because this year has been a mess. They just went to the White House yesterday. And I hope one of them, could have maybe got a snapshot of Joe Biden. We can confirm if he's actually still in there. We got a lot more to get to. I want to talk about the snub of the century coming up on the other side of the break. Josh Shapiro was the logical pick. Why was he left off the ticket for a guy like Tim Walz? And did the Democrats know that Tim Walz had a bunch of these scandals, including what looks like stolen valor buried in his past that has resurfaced and is not a good look for the Harris-Walz campaign? We'll be right back on the other side of the break. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Without Nick Kayal, it's so sad, but it's Sean and Dawn. We rhyme, the dynamic duo, coming back right after the break.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with a big update on our huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. We had to move the date to Thursday, September 12th. We'll talk the election, all things Trump, 2 days after the next scheduled presidential debate. Think about that. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr., now September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. All the ticket details and everything else at 1210WPHT.com. Be there September 12th.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the first Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Drive into summer with a new Honda. Make an impression with the unmistakable style of the HR-V or turn heads in the sporty Civic. From Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2025 HR-V or at 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic.
Visit a Piazza Honda dealer near you or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it. And you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Turnersville Jeep wants you to save big. Save big this month with financing as low as 0% for up to 84 months. Come to turnersvillejeep.com and get an incredible 0% APR for up to 84 months on select models. Or make no payments for 90 days. Turnersvillejeep.com has over 450 vehicles available for immediate delivery. The ride you want is what we've got. So drive a little and save a lot. Turnersvillejeep.com. Turnersvillejeep.com. Your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago. And financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, back here on a Friday, 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. It is Dawn and Sean this morning, carrying you into the weekend. We're rocking and rolling. We're going to get into a bunch about Tim Walz, right? We have the Tampon Tim scandal, but there's an even bigger scandal that just emerged about Tim Walz. And I was watching on Fox News. I was watching all across the cable news networks. I was looking at social media. And the first thing, and I said this on my show on Rumble as well, the first thing I want to do, the guy served 24 years in the National Guard, and that's an honorable thing to do. I don't think anybody's taking anything away from him for doing that. The problem arises when you start to mischaracterize that military career. And it has been mischaracterized. I don't want to hear people say, oh, well, he just misspoke, or he meant this, or he meant that. He propped up his entire image under the assumption, under this idea that he served in some sort of war, right? And from what we can tell, the records and from what other people who served with him, that never happened. And we refer to that as stolen valor. You know, if you had come out and said you served 24 years in the Minnesota National Guard, I'd say thank you for your service. You're a very brave person. When you start to mischaracterize your service, well, I still think you're brave for the service, but I think it's disgraceful when you are trying to say that you did things that you didn't actually do. All we need to do is be honest here, right? I've never been to a war zone. I've never been deployed to Afghanistan. I've never been deployed to Iraq. Neither has Tim Walz. The difference between him and I is that I've never lied about it before, and I've never used anything resembling that to try and prop up my career. So Tim Walz, the radical leftist governor from Minnesota, because that's what he is. He's a communist, right? The radical leftist governor from Minnesota is now Kamala Harris's running mate, and he was chosen over Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro. Before we get to this audio from Walz about the weapons of war, I really need to hear, I want to hear from Dawn about this Josh Shapiro, the snubbery, the greatest snub the world has ever seen. You would think the logical choice would be a popular governor who appears to be a moderate. He's very articulate. He's a good speaker. He won his election in 2022 rather comfortably over who obviously I would have preferred. I love the guy, Doug Mastriano, big Gettysburg history guy. Yeah. Love him. Did an event for him. As a matter of fact, when I did this event during his campaign, you know, it was at Gettysburg, so I was excited about it. And I even made a joke because I had spoken to Rudy Giuliani about a week and a half before that at Mar-a-Lago at a fundraiser for Lee Zeldin. And I said, I'm going to be doing an event with Doug Mastriano. He says, Doug, where is it going to be? I said, Gettysburg. He goes, oh, he loves that place. I said, great. We were talking about it. I was pretending to be Trump, calling into the event, etc. And I said, we love Gettysburg, Devil's Den, or as I would call it, Crooked Hillary's house. And he peeked his head around the thing and started dying. I love Doug Mastriano, anybody who loves Gettysburg, by the way. But I want to ask you, Dawn, the logical choice, the easy choice would have been Josh Shapiro as running mate. What happened there? Why do you think he was essentially kicked off the ticket? That would have been the easy decision. Why'd she go with somebody else?
Well, I think the way that you started that, it brings a lot to the front. And that is, think about ego. Think about, and you brought up actually Doug Mastriano, somebody who served as a combat veteran, loves Pennsylvania, loves history, and somebody who I think Doug Mastriano, his fault, if you will, was that he's not a career politician, so he was really, really honest about everything that he believed in, and he did not lie or fudge or anything of that nature. So he came out and said, yeah, I'm a Christian, I'm a pro-life guy, and they just took, everything that he said and said, see, he's going to wipe out abortion. You know what I mean? But it was that he was not a slick talker. He actually is a combat veteran and somebody who served our country, and I agree with you. I think the world of Doug Mastriano, and I don't like it when people say, oh, he couldn't win the governorship. Yeah, it was his first run out. He's, again, not a career politician. That's a big job to go for, quite frankly. Right. And he's still right now a state senator and doing a lot of good in Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano, doing a lot of great things and pushing for, pushing for tax reform, pushing for better education, pushing for school vouchers, and things of that nature. And as well, he's on one of the big veterans committees, so always fighting for veterans' rights, Doug Mastriano. But as far as Josh Shapiro goes, I call it the Pennsylvania Passover. I think that clearly it's because Josh Shapiro is a proud American, and he's also a man of faith. He met his high school sweetheart, Lori. I've known them for years. They're not far from where I live. I'm in the Philadelphia side, they're in the Montgomery County side, but Josh Shapiro, maybe we disagree with some of his policies, but he certainly is a good man and a man of faith, and somebody who does not wear his Jewish faith. He doesn't wear it on his sleeve and doesn't hide his faith. And so when he came out and spoke correctly about what he saw as a Jewish American, saying what is going on here and calling out a lot of the anti-Jewish, anti-Israel sentiment and these ridiculous protests, and said shut it down here at UPenn, I think that they're worried, like, oh, you're going to upset. I don't even think they're worried about upsetting the Palestinian vote as much as that woke, white, privileged college vote, quite frankly. Yeah. And nobody's talking about that. They're making, the Arab American vote. No, I disagree with that. I think it's the white, woke, 22-year-old college student or 20-year-old college student. And they were so worried about that they actually discriminated against Josh Shapiro because of his religion, which I think is anti-Semitic. I'm
pretty sure it is. I mean, if you tell a Jewish person that they can't do something because they're proud of being Jewish, yeah, I think anti-Semitism is the word. And I love the way you branded it as the Pennsylvania Passover. I think that's an amazing play on words. And
please take it. If you're with Trump, it's yours. Take it.
Well, we're going to do it. It was the Pennsylvania Passover. It really was terrible. It really was not a good thing. But I thought it was going to be Shapiro as well. And as a Trump supporter, I think that would have made Pennsylvania really tough. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that I had mentioned, and I think I even said it when I was on with you guys once, was that it may cost Kamala Harris Michigan because he's Jewish. And that's the way the Democrat Party has to run, right? So you win by identity politics and you die by identity politics. Obviously, metaphorically, we don't want anybody to actually lose their life. But they passed over Josh Shapiro for a guy they knew had some baggage, not just the policies in Minnesota with the tampons in the boys' room. That's bad enough. But the stolen valor stuff, they knew about this whole misrepresenting your military career. They knew about it. It came out, 20, 30 seconds after he was named the nominee. I think all this stuff started breaking on Wednesday, right? I mean, This was not This was not, the information had to be dug up. So I want to play this clip. This is Tim Walz, Minnesota governor. He wasn't the governor at this point in time, but he was campaigning for something. And he mentions weapons of war. That's one of their favorite talking points about, guns that they don't like, which is all guns. And he mentions having experience with these weapons of war, but pay attention to how he talks about his experience with these weapons. Let's roll that clip.
Hope woke up like many of you did 5 weeks ago and said, Dad, you're the only person I know who's in elected office. You need to stop what's happening with this. I'll take my kick in the butt for the NRA. I spent 25 years in the Army and I hunt. And I gave the money back, and I'll tell you what I have been doing. I've been voting for common sense legislation that protects the Second Amendment, but we can do background checks. We can do CDC research. We can make sure we don't have reciprocal carry among states, and we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at.
So he says the weapons of war that I carried in war.
Thank you.
Right. So, I mean, you could carry these quote unquote weapons of war, but when you mention that you carried them in war, obviously somebody listening to that goes, wow, he used these guns that he's talking about now getting out of the hands of American citizens in war zones, in combat. Maybe Americans shouldn't have access to that type of a firearm. And that's where it begins to get disingenuous. And that's where it begins to get scary, right? Yeah. Because what this guy did by saying that is he painted this picture in the minds of Americans listening to that the AR-15, which is the one, the weapon that they all can't stand. And they say that AR stands for assault rifle when it doesn't, stands for Armalite rifle. They say that an AR-15 is a weapon of war. And now you have a progressive, a self-described progressive, I don't like that word, I just call him a socialist, coming out and saying, I carried these weapons of war in war, and you guys shouldn't have that. The peasants shouldn't have that, while making it sound like he was using these firearms in a war zone to paint a scary picture of the firearms themselves. And I have a feeling that if this was allowed to go on unchecked and people didn't come out and say, well, hold on a second, you didn't carry that in war because you never saw war, right? I think that if that was allowed to keep going, he would start saying weapons of war that he found, on a baseball field, and you're not allowed to have that bat. You're not allowed that. I mean, it wouldn't stop, right? So here's the problem. And you just brought this up, the Pennsylvania Passover. You passed over a wildly popular governor in a crucial swing state for that.
Yeah.
What does that say about the Democrat Party? What does that say about them?
I love that you brought that up, because I think that it says about Kamala Harris and about Walz. When you look at Kamala Harris, what it tells me is she has an ego about her, but she also has insecurity. I always say, there are people, you've worked in so many different jobs, Sean. So I would say this, when you see somebody and they're wildly talented and they're really smart, they're confident within their own skill set. And
I know somebody like that. I know somebody. He has beautiful hair, by the way. He's wildly talented and smart. I can tell you that.
And so that's a confidence. It's not coming from a place of insecurity. And so what I see with Kamala Harris is somebody who, and look, she was an attorney. She went to law school. Good for her. She was a prosecutor, ran for Senate. You be you. But she's somebody who sees herself as something maybe different than she is, and she's insecure in some ways about who she is. So there's an insecurity. That's why I think and why do I think she's insecure? Because I think she would have chosen the best person for the job, even if maybe she feels like that person maybe is a better campaigner than her, or has a better, could maybe do the job a little better than, right? If you're in a job and you want to win with a team, you're going to pick the best people, even if you think, hey, I'm surrounding myself with people who are better than I am. That's the sign of a confident person. And think about Trump. Trump often has said, I surround myself with the best, and I'm going to let them run through things because that's their expertise. Kamala Harris is the opposite of that. She's somebody who wants people who will answer to her, bow to her, suck up to her. But I don't think that there are people who necessarily are the best and even the brightest, better, the best for the job. I think that's why she had to go with somebody who she feels would be subservient to her, not somebody who would serve the American people or serve the office in the best way. Does that make sense?
That makes plenty of sense. And I think That's one of the elements of it. I think that's getting glossed over because we focus a lot on Josh Shapiro's, his faith and the fact that he's a Jewish man. And as Michael Rappaport mentioned, he had to un-Jew himself to appeal. I mean, that's really where I got stuck, right? Because, I think the Babylon Bee said that, here's Josh Shapiro. He regrets getting the Death to Israel tattoo on his neck, right? Obviously didn't happen. Babylon Bee is a satire site. But the point is, that he had to hide his faith because there are a lot of people who they would be relying on to win the White House in some of these swing states who don't like Jewish people because they're Jewish, right? And that means you have a disease in the Democrat Party. And I'm not saying that every Democrat voter is an anti-Semite, not at all. Matter of fact, I believe it's a fraction of the entire Democrat Party base as a whole, but it is far more prevalent on the left than it is on the right. We clean that stuff up. Whenever I see it, I say, look, that's not how I think. And hey, if you're going to go out and vote for my candidate, that's great, but that's the only thing we've got in common. I don't believe in discriminating against anybody for race, religion, or anything. Hey, I'll go back to Martin Luther King. Content of character. Are you a good person? Yes. Cool. We can coexist, even if we disagree on something. But we gloss over the Josh Shapiro, the fact that he probably is, or I would say definitely is, a more effective politician than Kamala Harris. He's a better speaker. He's definitely more inspiring. And she didn't want to be upstaged by her VP pick, even if it meant making the path to the White House easier. And that means you're dealing with an egotistical maniac in Kamala Harris. So we got a whole lot more to discuss on this particular issue, but I love your take and your insight on the Pennsylvania Passover and the branding of it. The Pennsylvania Passover, the snub of the century, Josh Shapiro. We're going to get some more about Tim Walz, the tampon policy that's come back to bite him a little bit, and his thoughts on socialism. Dawn, did you know that Tim Walz believes that socialism is neighborliness? We're going to get to that on the other side of this break. You're listening to Kayal and Company with Sean and Dawn on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after this.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Tonight's 940 Phillies Diamondbacks game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company on a Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean and Dawn with you. The Dr. Seuss duo right here as we rhyme, rolling in through hour one. We're going to come up with even worse nicknames as we continue on today. But the Dr. Seuss duo is my first stab at trying to be creative to describe what we're doing here. We'll take you to the end of the first hour. 1210 WPHT again. Kayal and Company. Sean and Dawn with you for the entire morning show today. We're talking about Tim Walz, and we were talking about stolen valor. Last segment, brought up Josh Shapiro, Dawn, with the Pennsylvania Passover. She branded it as the Pennsylvania Passover. Many different reasons as to why Josh Shapiro, the logical choice, who I believe would have been the right choice to be the running mate for Kamala Harris, was passed over and kicked to the curb for Tim Walz. And Tim Walz, when they picked him, you remember Minnesota burning down. Remember Kamala Harris raising money to bail out the people who burned Minnesota down. And I remember watching that in the summer of 2020. And I was like, what did the AutoZone do? Like, why is it always AutoZone? Whether it was Ferguson or it's Minnesota or it's it's always an AutoZone that's on fire. What did they do? I don't know. I might have missed the memo there about how AutoZone wasn't woke enough in the 2020 timeframe. But you saw Minnesota in flames, engulfed in flames. Yeah. Kamala Harris, the Minnesota Freedom Fund, raising money to bail out the violent criminals who reduced the city to rubble. Hey, maybe that's what Tim Walz says when he said he was deployed into a war zone. Maybe he's talking about Minneapolis in 2020.
That war zone.
Possible. Because you know what? That was probably far worse than anything he saw in Italy when he was deployed with the National Guard. And I'm not saying that lightly. That was bad in Minnesota. The fiery, but mostly peaceful protests, right?
Yeah.
Well, Tim Walz, he recently came out, and I say recently because a lot of people will dig deep into the past of these politicians and find things that they'd said 10, 15 years ago. Look at J.D. Vance, right? He's 39 years old. 9 years ago, he said some things that were very critical of Donald Trump. Everybody hammered him for it. They're unearthing clips from 2021, and there's cat lady things, and it's like, they're going crazy. We only have to go back about a week and a half to hear Tim Walz say something that makes you all understand he is not a moderate. right? They are trying to hide Kamala Harris. They're trying to present her as some sort of moderate candidate when she's left of Bernie Sanders. And frankly, she gives Joseph Stalin a run for his money with how far left she actually is. They're branding her as a moderate. Her platform is not on our website. You're probably not going to see the platform go up on KamalaHarris.com until the DNC actually puts out their official platform and she endorses it. In other words, not a single original idea can this woman come up with herself. But she is being put forth as some sort of moderate. They're making Tim Walz look like this cool American dad, not the communist radical that he actually is. So I want to play this clip because do you remember, Dawn, the white dudes for Harris Zoom call? Remember when they made a big, right? Now, I have two questions about that Zoom call. Number one, really? I thought you didn't like white dudes. I thought we were the problem. That's number one.
Well,
now
she's married to one.
Like us? That's very true. Doug Emhoff, right? Who had his own little
carry my purse.
Yeah, interesting things in the past there, right? With Doug and the nanny. I don't know what happened there. It doesn't really matter to me, but it's pretty embarrassing when that story comes out. My question about the white dudes for Harris call was, what if a black dude showed up on that call? Does he have to go to the back of the bus? Like, what happens, right? I mean, is that an issue? If there was a black participant on that Zoom call, is it a problem because this is the white dudes only call? Everything the left loves to do is the segregation game. But it was on this white dudes for Harris call, cringe, that Tim Walz delivered one of the most shocking, scariest things I've ever heard an American politician say about how he views socialism. And folks, remember the word progressive, when they use that word, that is a sugarcoating of socialism and of communism. They don't want you to believe that you're going into some system that doesn't work. They want you to believe that you're making progress, right? This is all about making progress. He says, don't shy away from your progressive values. We don't need to shy away from our progressive messaging. This is what he says, but it gets even worse than that. Let's get into this clip. It's a short clip. Tim Walz on the White Dudes for Harris Zoom call last week, talking about progressivism and socialism. Take a look.
But we can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
So it's like State Farm. Like a good neighbor, socialism is there, apparently. That's Tim Walz. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Now, the left, and I was interacting with a lot of people on X, and they were like, well, don't you understand? Like, free school lunches is socialism, and you want kids to starve. And I'm like, guys, that is not what he means. One person. That's not one of those self-described progressive values that he's trying to push on the White Dudes for Harris Zoom call. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Okay. So generally in socialism, what happens is you see the government wage war on successful people. You run a great business. You're making a lot of money. They're going to take a lot of that from you, and they're going to give that to other people who may not necessarily deserve it. If there's anybody out there who is on government assistance, I hope you get off of government assistance, not because I think you're mooching off the system, because I think you're worth more than that. I think you're capable of more than receiving that welfare check. I think if we all busted our butts and worked hard, we'd all be doing a lot better. But for anybody who's on government assistance, I hope things get better. I truly do. And I equate this to, I don't know if you see this the same way as, you know, when you don't feel good, you go to the doctor, they give you an antibiotic, but is your goal to remain on the antibiotic the rest of your life? No, the goal is to give your body that kickstart, that jumpstart to fight off whatever you're fighting off, get out of those hard times, get healthy, and become productive again. Yeah. And that's supposed to be what government assistance is about. But now you're dealing with Tim Walz saying socialism is neighborliness. I mean, Dawn, what do you think? Do you think the people in Venezuela view socialism as neighborliness? What do you think they feel about that?
No, and it just has it talk about creepy, right?
Yeah.
Socialism, neighborly. I mean, it's just like from some, I don't know, 1984 Orwellian way that they're going to advertise this. Like, oh, we're here to help. No, we're here for you. No. It's like he might as well be holding a hammer like Kathy Bates over the bed of somebody. I'm just going to break your legs again so that you must be dependent upon me. It's right. Just, it has a creepy feel to it. And you mentioned school lunches. School lunches, locally, we had a case here where the kids who got free school lunches, they were upset because the free lunches, the school lunches that provided to kids who can't afford the lunch are not the best lunch. And that's socialism, right? Nobody wants the free lunch. You know why? Because it's not a good lunch. It's the most watered down, low energy, whatever it is. And that's the problem with what you're talking about, socialism. And so I think a conservative attitude is, hey, let's grow gardens in our schools, and we'll incorporate those organic gardens into science class and all kinds of different classes, and the kids can take home whatever they want. Maybe they can take a class where they learn how to cook and have culinary arts in the school, and guess what? We'll have the best free food that you've ever seen in your life. That's a Republican philosophy. I think a conservative, maybe not, I shouldn't say Republican, a conservative philosophy. And so that's the opposite of what socialism and the government is, where they say, oh, we're going to ship some schlock, part of it from China, and we're going to incorporate that schlock into your highly processed school lunch, and that's what you're going to be dependent on, which isn't good for you, your health, nothing. I think that's what we have to think about when we think about socialism, and make people understand, and it's like, it reminds me of parenting. I would be a cruel, horrible parent if I just taught my kids that they're going to get everything for free. They don't have to do chores. They don't have to earn anything. I would be a bad mom. My husband would be a bad dad. And so it's actually, it's whether you're a parent, whether you're a caregiver, you don't have to be a politician to understand this philosophy. These progressives, they don't want to help you. They want to ensure that you are fully dependent on them, that you vote for them, because that enriches their career partisan, right? Their political career, where, by the way, they end up really rich.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're 100% right. I think it's a great point. You said that some of the students are not happy with the quality of the free lunch. And that's, and again, if they're in a tough spot, I feel for them. I really do. Right. I don't want to see anybody struggle, but socialism is only going to prolong that struggle, and it's only going to make more people struggle. You mentioned the quality of the free thing. Well, you get what you pay for, unfortunately. And if you're not paying for it, you're not going to get the highest quality item generally, when most things are being taken into account. This neighborliness thing, though, I want you to imagine socialism, right, is literally stealing from successful people and giving it to other people. Could you imagine if your neighbor said, well, in the spirit of socialism, I'm going to hook up to your electric and you can pay for my bill, because we're socialists now. So everybody winds up in the same spot. I mean, at some point, what happens is what? It's a race to the bottom. If you're working hard, but the fruits of your labor are being delivered to other people that didn't work hard, you're not going to want to work hard anymore. And what happens is you get a race to the bottom. You get complacency. You get people who are comfortable with getting the crumbs that the government gives them. They don't want to work, or they feel like if they step out of line and get away from these government programs, that they're going to lose everything. So as you mentioned, they're completely dependent on the government. And I equate it to, what happens with pets. If anybody has dogs, cats, whatever, and you want your pet to do something for a treat, right? Well, you can't feed your pets treats their entire lives. They're never going to be healthy, but they will always do a trick for you after that handout, right? And so what is the trick for the handout in the United States? It's voting. It's supporting the Democrat Party. It's, well, they give me X, Y, and Z, so I'm going to give them my vote. I mean, they are literally treating you like a dog in many of these cases. And we don't mean a beautiful dog. We mean these, unfortunately, the mangy mutts that are out there. They're treating you like dogs. They're making you do tricks. They're making you roll over for crumbs, for nothing. That's socialism. Again, look at Venezuela. And if you watch the scenes out of Venezuela in the wake of that stolen election, you will see scenes that look identical to that of January 6th raids, incitement when it comes to protesters, violence, crackdowns from the regime. It's very scary, but Tim Walz wants you to believe that socialism is like being a good neighbor. It's neighborliness. We're helping each other. If you borrow your neighbor's lawnmower, you don't have to give it back because we work in a collective. It's actually yours too, even though you didn't buy it or pay for it. The gas in the lawnmower as well. It's really, really scary. We are going to be back in the second half. Sorry, not second half. We'll be back with the second hour coming up Just after this, you're listening to Kayal and Company, Sean and Dawn on a Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app and on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA. Or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company on a Friday morning, 1210 WPHT. It is Sean and Dawn into hour 2 now. Hour 1 flew by. Where did the time go? I don't know. I have no idea. But it flew by. It is gone. Hour 1 is in the books, and we are getting into hour 2 here on a Friday morning. 2 years and a day since the Mar-a-Lago raid by the FBI. And that case has since been dismissed, but that was August 8th. 2022 when the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago, and everybody was very upset about that, as they should have been. You know, Donald Trump yesterday in his press conference mentioned something interesting. He mentioned that he protected Hillary Clinton. A lot of people got upset about that, saying, well, why would you ever say that you protected her? You said she was going to be in jail. But in his defense, I didn't want to see him start jailing political opponents. I didn't want to go down that road. But now that we have reached that avenue, now that we have crossed that bridge, well, now you've got to fight fire with fire. We were talking about Tim Walz last hour about socialism and his neighborliness. He says that that's being a good neighbor. I guess maybe he's trying to cook up another marketing campaign for State Farm, like a good neighbor. Socialism is there, but not going to work, as there have been so many examples around the world of what actually happens when your country slips into socialism. Just ask Venezuela since 1992 how neighborly their government has been. They have dumpsters full of their cash, literally dumpsters full of their cash currency, because it means absolutely nothing. It goes further if they use it to heat their homes. It's really sad what's going on in Venezuela and in so many countries that have been overtaken by socialism around the world. We're in hour 2. I'm going to toss it over to Dawn for the news. She's going to let us know what's up over there in the Philadelphia Northeast, the area up there. Tornadoes?
Yeah.
You're saying tornadoes potentially in Pennsylvania. What's going on?
Oh, man, the weather watches, alerts, warnings. It's really spitting outside right now as I speak, as we think about what's happening on the East Coast, as we feel here the remnants of what was Hurricane Debbie that struck Florida initially earlier this week at the beginning of the week, and then degraded to a tropical storm wreaking havoc across the South, especially. We have many first responders from our region, from New Jersey, from Pennsylvania, deployed to help out with those flood survivors and all the rescue efforts that are going on in the Carolinas right now. But it did go viral, that video capturing the now confirmed tornado that passed by a shopping center in Newcastle County, Delaware yesterday. And yes, we have a tornado watch in effect still this morning. As we begin this morning, the tornado watch in effect as the remnants of Tropical Storm Debbie move through our region. And so that means conditions are favorable for a possible tornado, and that's issued for the region until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So the remnants of Debbie lifting north along the Appalachians, and then the heaviest rainfall happening west of Center City, Philadelphia, but still we will feel all the downpours that we're going to have to deal with. High winds, heavy rain, and in some areas across our region, we received 6 to 7 inches of rain. So this morning, early this morning, when I was driving in, it was actually still dry. But then that's when we saw, it's still dark before sunrise, we saw the spitting, if you will. Now this band of very strong storms moving through the region, and especially this afternoon and this evening. So it gets worse, and it's a slow-moving storm. High still below average with only 83 degrees, but the National Weather Service issuing all of these weather alerts. And so I do want to tell you that as far as Delaware, the state of Delaware, thank God that as far as that tornado, that twister moving through, I don't see anybody injured. Property damage, yes, rooftops off and that sort of thing. But thank goodness nobody was injured. But this, yeah. So this tornado watch, though, this is important to think about this, and that's heavy high winds through 2:00 this afternoon, and that's really from South Jersey. You know, you think of Wildwood, Atlantic City, all of South Jersey, way up to through the Poconos, through Pennsylvania. So this is a wide area that we have this tornado watch, that all through Baltimore, Maryland, all through Delaware, all through even way past west of Harrisburg and that sort of thing. So this is a wide swath of area that's under this tornado watch. So we have that going on. We have a lot of other news. We talked earlier in the 6 a.m. hour about former Philadelphia officer Mark Dial. And he is a free man this morning. He has been the policeman 1 year ago. It was August of last year that this very sad situation. It was, and by all accounts, a tragedy. A tragedy for the family of Officer Mark Dial, who at the time was a 27-year-old, and a tragedy for the family of Eddie Irizarry, also 27-year-old. So you have the tale of two 27-year-olds and how they are viewed by the city, by city leaders, and as well by our district attorney, Larry Krasner, who has painted himself as a very progressive DA in the nation, and certainly somebody known about that. But in this case, this is a favorable ruling for the former officer, as he was released on $200,000 bond, facing that trial, which is pushed back till May. There were some procedural situations that the ADA and the DA's office had violated, according to the court. And so because of that, and they didn't reveal enough on what evidence they had and what the defense could prepare for. So first-degree charges being dropped for the former officer, no longer first-degree murder charges in that deadly traffic stop. It'll be a third-degree murder trial that will happen next spring for the now 28-year-old former officer in Philadelphia. That one making news.
Sad. That's sad. I hope that goes the right way. Again, we talked about this the first hour. You're making it so hard for police officers to do their jobs or to feel confident doing their jobs. I mean, imagine you're a baseball player and you're afraid to swing the bat because you're going to get criticized for hitting the ball. I mean, this is their job, right? And baseball players do not have as serious a job as police officers, right? I mean, you mentioned in the first hour that the suspect who was shot was reaching for something with the black handle. Mm-hmm. You can't wait to see if that's a gun pointed at you. You have to take action. And everybody wants the Monday morning quarterback this issue. Nobody's going to find themselves in that situation. I hope nobody ever finds himself in that situation. But to criticize him for, doing what was necessary essentially to save himself, it's just, you're making it so hard for cops to do their job. And unfortunately, they're either going to do their jobs and then face repercussion for doing it properly, or they're not going to do their jobs and you're just going to see the inmates running the asylum.
Yeah. Yeah. And here in Philadelphia, and we continue, Sean, with the recruitment efforts, and we're still down, remember, about 1,000 officers. And so that's just it, that there are many who have said, you know what, we need to retrain our officers. We have, talk about a toxic work environment, officers on a daily basis being shot at, some of them injured, some of them killed. We just had four just yesterday, these deadly shootings in Philadelphia. And we're now learning the identity, for example, of the man who was shot to death inside his SUV on the boulevard, in the Roosevelt Boulevard. He's being identified. And this apparently was some kind of a road rage incident where this guy's just making his way home from work, and he's shot to death in his vehicle. So you think about the violent atmosphere and the nature of what we're seeing in cities like Philadelphia, and then that fear. And so, but the Philadelphia police have released the name of this 25-year-old William Torres Espinal, lived in Oxford Circle, and he was found dead in the northbound lanes of the Boulevard. This is the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. And so they were called to the scene of some kind of a crash. When they arrive, they find him with a gunshot wound to his back. So apparently somebody shot him through the rear window of the vehicle as he was driving. It's insane. We saw all of these different shootings, and apparently he had just, according to his family, he had just left work. His uncle speaking out on that one and saying he just wanted to have a good life, and was traveling home from his job at Bimbo Bakeries USA when he was killed, worked in a local bakery. So the family now is planning his funeral. So 4 homicides in the city of Philadelphia just yesterday.
Sad. So sad. So dangerous. Doesn't have to be like that. Really doesn't.
So we have that going on. We also had, and this story, I have to headline this just because we've had these weird different robberies in Philadelphia. A lot of times it happens in South Philadelphia with these tractor trailers. They park in South Philadelphia. Maybe it's a refrigerated vehicle sometimes. And we've had some weird stuff stolen from these huge areas of these tractor trailers where they're going to park. And in this one, they were cartons of tuna fish, stolen from the tractor trailer parked in South Philadelphia. And my friend Sean Farish, this is a lot of tuna, $10,000 worth of tuna. Whoa, it's like a Sopranos episode.
I didn't even know that much tuna could exist in one place. That's a lot of tuna. You could tune a guitar, but you can't tune a fish.
But I'm bummed.
I'm sorry, I had to.
But I'm bummed. I love it. So the police investigating this one, and we continue to see these cargo thefts. Thieves making away with large cartons of tuna, and this was from a refrigerated truck. So it's not like your StarKist tuna in the can. This is actually a refrigerated truck. And so I guess the tuna, what I'm inferring is it's the high grade tuna, maybe used for a poke bowl or sushi, something of that nature. But it happened in the wee hours of the morning, and so police say the 63-year-old driver was sleeping in the truck cabin when a security guard woke him up, and they scared off the thieves. So they were in process of unloading. So they got away with $10,000, but it could have been worse. That's what we're hearing.
Gosh. Imagine stealing tuna. That's your heist. I mean, we went from like Bonnie and Clyde bank robberies to stealing fish. That's crazy.
Well, it is a really healthy source of protein.
But what do you do with it when you get it, right? Like you would think you want to bring it, like you steal somebody's gold, you could bring it to a pawn shop, offload it and get some. What do you do with the fish? Like, are you going to like somebody, you're not eating it. You're not eating $10,000 worth of tuna unless you're Chris Christie, like you're not doing that. What do you do with it? Like, where do you go to liquidate the fish and get your $10,000 of cash? What do you do?
I don't know. I'm thinking as a mom of teenage boys, maybe they have a lot of kids. They're like, hey, dinner. I know.
$10,000 worth of tuna. They're going to be eating tuna for years. Well, with the cost of the grocery store now, $10,000, maybe it's only a week worth of tuna now. Who knows? So.
Right?
Unbelievable.
So this is Samuel's Seafood Company, and what they're saying is, first of all, this strike, obviously, I mean, you ask the question that is the key to the case, because clearly these individuals, they target this and they have a buyer in mind. And that's, I think, what's going on here. You have buyers in mind who say, not for nothing, but I need some ahi grade fresh tuna. And they go to South Philadelphia, and it's, you know what I mean? I think that's what's going on here. These cargo thefts in Philadelphia have more than doubled over just since the pandemic. And so just in 2023, there were nearly 260 of these types of major cargo thefts going on. So the question is there an organized? Clearly, these are not some random thugs. This is not a mom and a minivan trying to feed her teenagers. This is somebody, right, who's very organized. And where are they going with this? And obviously, because it's tuna, they have to have another refrigerated truck. They have to get it to where it's going and do that rather quickly because it's hot outside.
Strangest heist I've ever heard of.
Right?
This tuna heist. What a story.
Back in July, the bandits stole 400 cases of beef. And it, again, was not your ordinary. These are specialty foods. but they hurt our businesses, especially the small businesses that even lasted through the pandemic. So it incorporates a lot of different elements to what's happening, because our restaurant businesses and our small businesses have suffered in Philadelphia, especially after the pandemic shutdowns and all of that. And so this is, to the small business owner and to these individuals, it just feels like there's an element of crime that nobody's dealing with. And while Krasner, our district attorney, is spending a lot of resources on, for example, trying to put away a cop, a 27-year-old cop who made a decision that ended his career during a traffic stop, and that's in the headlines, a lot of these business people are saying to me, Dawn, like, who's fighting for us? Who's protecting our livelihood, especially with everything we've survived post-pandemic?
Right.
So, Sean, so just to bring that to you. All right, we are sponsored this morning by American Airlines. This summer, American Airlines flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Nice, Naples, and Copenhagen. And this is international travel that nonstop from Philadelphia to the sights and delights of 3 of Europe's coolest cities. If you've never been to Nice, we just went to right in the area of Naples, Italy, just this past spring with Conservative Tours. But summer won't last forever. Hurry up, relax, book today at AA.com, American Airlines. And that brings me to the shore forecast, because right away I thought to myself, it's probably cheaper right now to fly to Nice, Naples, or Copenhagen on American Airlines, probably cheaper than to rent a place and go down the Jersey Shore and find a nice place for a week down the shore. But the shorecast is going to be gorgeous this weekend. August weather, prime time at the shore, and we are going to see beautiful weather at the Jersey Shore and across our region. 84-ish degrees, sunny skies, lower humidity. We just literally have to get through today's very stormy, nasty day with all the tornado alerts that we've seen. But the weekend is going to be stunning. Hope you enjoy it. This is Kayal and Company, a.k.a. Sean and Dawn, News Live.
That's right. Thank you, Dawn, for that. The great tuna heist of 2024. I never thought I would ever talk about that. I'm going to have to look more into this story. That is fascinating. A tuna heist. This is like, what is it? Ocean's 11? Literally Ocean. That's great. We're going to be back on the other side of this break. Kamala Harris cannot operate without a script. And the one time that she did, it was a complete and total disaster. And the disaster only lasted 20 seconds. We'll get to that and more as we come back on the other side of this break. You're listening to Kayal and Company with Sean and Dawn on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Phillies are hot.
Swung on. In the air, deep left center field. And that ball is gone as Alec Bohm has turned the game around.
And tonight, you'll hear them here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's in the pitch, blasted down the right field line, and that ball is gone. Harper has hit the 3-run home run to break it wide open.
Catch the Phils and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coverage starts tonight at 9:05 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Tonight's 940 Phillies Diamondbacks game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
This weekend, beautiful weather ahead. Great weekend to continue August road trip season, right? I know it's brutal out there right now with the rain, but you think about August, the month of August, and really the last great month for road trip season in the summertime. Do you know if your vehicle is road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help make sure you and your family are safe out on the roads. These service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but also they diagnose possible issues before you hit the road. Schedule a service appointment online today. Just do this and get this on the calendar. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, for that dealer nearest you across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$7:28 on a Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean and Dawn in right now, rocking and rolling in this second hour of the 4-hour show that we're running with this morning here. After we just talked about the great tuna heist of 2024, I did not have that on my bingo card this morning. And that is a fascinating story. Somebody that actually tweeted at me on X said that the $10,000 worth of tuna is only about 8 pounds, thanks to Bidenomics. So that's where we are. Kamala Harris, unscripted mess, a little bit of an older clip, but worth rehashing because a lot of people are asking, why has she not appeared in front of the press? Why has it been now 19 days since she was coronated? 19 days since she was coronated as the Democrat Party's presidential nominee, despite not receiving a single vote for her from rank-and-file Democrat primary voters. We hear about threats to democracy. We saw the large crowd in Eau Claire Wisconsin, which, by the way, we're there for another free concert, chanting, "This is what democracy looks like." Well, does democracy look like the people not casting a vote and getting an installed candidate? Because that's what the Democrat Party's version of democracy certainly looks like right now. But we're looking for her to go out there and at least deliver some sort of unscripted remarks to the press. Why is Kamala Harris afraid to speak to the press? Why are her handlers telling her to hide from the press? Why is she not making herself available to the American people in interviews and unscripted situations? And for those of us who have been following politics the last 4+ years, even longer than that, if you know anything about Kamala Harris, it's that in those situations, in those easy situations, she fails miserably and loses herself in some sort of circular logic, word salad type of situation. Well, we've got this clip when the prisoners came home last week. And by the way, it's a very good thing that we got these people home. I want everyone to understand I'm not upset that we were able to get Americans home. I don't know what we gave up. I think those details should be released so we can kind of evaluate the prisoner swap a little bit better, right? How we gave up the merchant of death for Brittany Griner. That was a little strange, but we watched as those folks came home last week, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were sitting on the tarmac where those folks landed and were able to reunite with their families. And Harris kind of got lost in another one of those word salads, circular logic type of remarks. I want to go to this clip. This is what she was talking about. Joe Biden apparently is a diplomat. He exceeds in the diplomacy field. And Kamala Harris was so excited about it. She told everybody what she thought about the prisoner exchange. We have that clip. Kamala unscripted on the tarmac last week after the prisoners came home.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances. This is an incredible day.
It's an incredible day. I don't know why it's an incredible day, because Kamala Harris didn't tell us it was an incredible day. But nonetheless, it's an incredible day. That is a 20-second clip. She said the word diplomacy 3 times, understanding 2 times, and strength 2 times in 20 seconds. You don't leave a lot of space for much else. Dawn, I want to give you a shot at this. Can you translate that from Kamala Harris to English, what she was trying to say?
I can't. I can't. And then I'm looking at Esty, our friend Esty, who does the best Kamala ever. Maybe
She's great.
You know, who's awesome. You know, the woman just, I don't even know anybody like her. I don't even know anybody who speaks like that. What is she saying? And the fact, seriously, and you look at that and you go, oh my goodness. And there are people who shudder to think it, people who say, oh, she's going to be the next president. She's going to win in our upside down land. And I think, oh my goodness, this is scary. And then you wonder why our enemies around the world, why, you know, you think of the Middle East, you think of Russia, you think of China, they're all looking at this and they can't wait. They can't wait because they see weakness. This woman, and then you wonder, well, if she gets in, who's really going to run things? Because clearly she's not going to be a commander in chief. She's not in command of anything right now in her life, right?
She's not even in command of her own tongue. Like words, she can't, she gets lost. I heard that clip when she said that. And I was just like, wait, what? And then I'm thinking, well, maybe we took it out of context. Maybe someone just chopped in the middle of the sentence. You know, like, not that I like giving Kamala Harris the benefit of the doubt, but the internet is a crazy place and people can manipulate. You know, you can go into one of Trump's speeches and he can say something off script and you could be like, look at this guy, incoherent babbling. That's the full clip. There was nothing else after that. The diplomacy and understanding diplomacy and the strength of understanding diplomacy rests in the understanding of how strong diplomacy works. What the heck is she talking about? Someone's got to tell me what she was trying to say. You can't tell me what she was trying to say. I don't know what she was trying to say either. And this is the problem, right? When you have a presidential candidate who can't get through those remarks without speaking like that. And you mentioned, I don't know anybody who speaks like that. I mean, even like a Marco Rubio or some of these career politicians who will kind of talk in circles and bring it all back or whatever. They don't get lost and start repeating words and changing, the suffixes, but using the exact same root words. I mean, what happens if she's asked what her favorite color is? I put this on X not too long ago. It was a couple of days ago. I said she would probably say something about along the lines of, here's the interesting thing about color. All colors are colored from within the context of which the light exposes its coloration. And to understand color is to understand the specific meaning of light and color that surrounds you. I mean, would that be something that she says? I think it would. How on earth are you running a candidate that can't give unscripted remarks? What does that say about Kamala Harris? Dawn, do you believe it's important for your president, whoever it may be, whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's another Republican, whether it's another Democrat, whether it's an independent, they have to be able to operate off script. You have to be able to call audibles. You have to be able to react to things that you're not expecting that will occur and that will happen, because the world is not a script. This is not a program. This is not a movie that we've seen a million times. If she can't answer a question about, if she can't answer a question and commend her boss, her president, her leader, right, the person at the top of the ticket, and say, it's a great thing that we brought these people home, and instead talks herself in circles, how is she going to handle the next time Israel falls under attack, or the next time Russia escalates, or anything that pops up in the world? Don't you believe it's important, Dawn, for a president of the United States to be able to operate outside of a script?
Absolutely. And that's why I loved, and we played it yesterday, that J.D. Vance moment where he just has a little snark to him and a little East Coast swagger to him, if you will. I know he's a Midwestern guy from Ohio, but I love that he was able to go stroll on over, call out the Harris campaign. And it was obviously something that he and Trump, it's a strategy, and Trump called out the campaign at 2:00. And that's why finally yesterday, last night, around dinner time, she finally had to say something. But I love the fact that, to your point, I mean, with Trump or with J.D. Vance, these are individuals who can think for themselves, and they're not programmed. Either you believe that Kamala Harris is not capable of just expressing her own original thoughts, or the only other option is that she is so afraid of saying the wrong thing that she says nothing at all. Those are the only two options. And I know she's not a stupid woman. She's not stupid. She went to law school. Sure, her parents are, her dad is a big economics professor at Stanford, by the way. Well, we can get into that later. But, the way that she was raised tells a lot about why she is a very progressive, far-left person. But the point is, she's not a stupid woman. She is somebody who has been, she's somebody who's been programmed, if you will, and a career politician at that. And that's scary to me. I mean, the fact that and I watched that live. It was 1 week ago. It was, not quite a week, because it was late Friday night, right? Last Friday. And so I was trying to stay up for it because I wanted to see what that was all about. And it was, it was incredible, because you see this plane, you see Biden and Harris, and everybody's waiting for that. The press pool's all waiting. It's dark. It's in the middle, it's late, obviously. And then you see one by one these individuals, Evan Gershkovich, Paul Whelan, others getting off. The 13-year-old little girl, it's her birthday, and her mom is getting out. So it was a huge moment. And at least you could say something in the moment of, wow, this is incredible. These individuals, but there was nothing like that. There was nothing that, just as a human being, to imagine what these people have been through. There was just nothing. And when she spoke, Sean, when she was saying that weird word salad of whatever the heck she was saying, even Biden was looking at her like, I don't know what the hell she's saying either.
Even I haven't said something that crazy. The guy who called someone a lying dog-faced party soldier, he's like, even I haven't done that.
He's like,
on the debate stage, we finally beat Medicare. And he's like, that wasn't as bad as whatever that 20-second clip was.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing. I am going to go back to this. When the Democrats lose and somebody interviews Joe Biden from his, Delaware beach house, like next summer, and he's going to say it. He's going to say it like, look, I might have had some senior moments. Maybe I did have long COVID, But I wasn't as crazy as that chick. Like, she doesn't even know what she's saying. And I told them I could win. And that's what Biden, you mark my words, he will say that. He'll say, I could have won. But there's, as we learn more about her, and already the Harris campaign is changing the wording on their website of the bio of Governor Tim Walz. They didn't, to your point earlier, Sean, they did not vet this guy. It was just somebody that she felt the most comfortable with. She felt the least threatened by. And what we're going to see is, this insecure, high ego woman who can't win this. That's really.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right about that. I think you're right that you have an insecure. She's definitely insecure. If she was, look, we heard that Kamala Harris. We're hearing that she's, she looks like she's going to be the savior, right? She's like the. I make this comparison a lot. New York Jets fan. Phil knows what I'm talking about. We always get excited when we bench the quarterback because the quarterback is always bad, but we know the backup doesn't necessarily have it, right? So we bench the QB and we're excited to get a new guy in there and a new face, and it gives you a spark off the bat. But the backup doesn't actually have it. If the backup was a starter, he'd be starting, right? If Kamala Harris was a good candidate, why hide her from the press? That's my point. Right? If she is this all-star, if she's this rock star that everyone's portraying her to be, why are you hiding her from the press? Yeah. What are you afraid of? Because if she was this great thing, you'd want to show her off, right? Well, they're not doing that. They're hiding her from the press. And that's because of what happened last Friday. And that's because of what continues to happen. Every time she speaks unscripted, cloud storage exists above us.
Yes.
Are we kidding? So, Dawn, have you ever gone out to go cloud watching and seeing Dropbox just float by in the sky? There goes my Google Drive. There goes my Dropbox. And there goes my iCloud. Wow. Look at that. It exists above us. I've heard 90-year-olds explain technology to me better than that.
Yeah.
That's the woman that's running on the ticket.
And initially, I thought she was kidding because there was the commercial, right, where they go, where is the cloud? But the fact that she's, really, she wants to be commander-in-chief, president of the United States of America, and she doesn't know that for us on the East Coast, the cloud is a building in North Carolina. You know what I mean? The fact that if that's really true and she genuinely doesn't know that, that's scary. Since you made the Jets reference, obviously I'm an Eagles fan, but I did become an Aaron Rodgers fan because I love the show Hard Knocks, and I love Aaron Rodgers. I do, because I love that show. So maybe if you watch that show Hard Knocks and you saw Aaron Rodgers as when he got injured, and then he was within the younger Mormon quarterback, what's his name? The cute
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Zach.
I wash my mouth out with soap.
But the thing is, Aaron was amazing because Aaron Rodgers had a little earpiece and was telling Zach Wilson what to do, and Zach Wilson greatly improved. So maybe Aaron Rodgers should have an earpiece for Kamala and could kind of help her out. And you do like a whole Hard Knocks reality show. I don't know. What I do know is that Kamala Harris under pressure, Kamala Harris unscripted, Kamala Harris without that teleprompter is always an unmitigated disaster. And we brought up, the fact that the Democrats did not vet Tim Walz properly. They let too much slip through the cracks, or on the contrary, did they know what he was bringing in terms of baggage? And was that still not as big of a drag on the ticket as Governor Josh Shapiro, simply because Josh Shapiro is a Jewish man? We're going to talk about that. New numbers out of New York when it comes to how Donald Trump is performing among Jewish voters. We'll get right back to that in just a few minutes. First, we got to take a quick break. But these numbers out of New York are pretty jaw-dropping. Yeah. They're pretty earth-shattering if these numbers start to play out across the rest of the country. You're listening to Kayal and Company, Sean and Dawn on a Friday. We'll be right back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere.
Dom Giordano.
First, the arm check. Yeah, how's it doing? It looks pretty frightening. No doctor yet? Well, no doctor. Eric, I'm told you get hit on the golf course all the time.
I got hit yesterday, and about 2 weeks ago, I got hit twice by the same guy. I mean,
what the heck is going on there? Where you got hit, Eric?
I got hit twice in the leg, once in the back. I've gotten hit in the head from a ricochet off a tree. Like, it happens frequently.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola, or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
This segment is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. And right now at Cherry Hill Volvo, they're offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$7:48 on a Friday here, 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and company. Sean and Dawn in, rounding out hour 2 here as we continue to make our way through the morning. We just talked about Kamala Harris. Neither of us had a clue. I think we have more of an idea of where they're going to sell the $10,000 worth of tuna than any idea of what Kamala Harris was trying to say about diplomacy and Joe Biden and clouds that exist above us. But I did allude to, before we went on that break, on the backside of that, I did allude to some interesting numbers coming out out of New York with regards to Donald Trump and the Jewish community. And this is something interesting. We talked about, as Dawn calls it, the Pennsylvania Passover with regards to Josh Shapiro. A recent poll, and this is not a pollster that would be leaning right wing. Okay, it's not a Rasmussen, it's not a Kaplan Strategies, it's not a Trafalgar, it's not a McLaughlin and Associates. Not to say that those are bad or unreliable pollsters, but they do have more of a right-leaning bias. Donald Trump is leading very narrowly within the margin of error with Jewish voters in the deep blue state of New York. This is the Siena Research Institute, and this was taken between July 28th and August 1st. 1,199 likely voters in New York, 8% of whom were Jewish. The poll found that 50% of likely Jewish voters in that subsample favored Republican candidate Donald Trump, while 49% favored Democrat Kamala Harris. Is that due in large to the fact that anti-Semitism has made itself, has pretty much cemented itself in the Democrat Party? That's the question. And when you see the way the Democrats have operated with regards to the running mate, with how they're handling Israel and Hamas, that's like they're trying to play both sides of the fence here. But it's really not that difficult when you look at these college protests that took place during the spring, and apparently they're getting ready to ramp up in the fall. It's not hard to understand why Jewish voters are starting to be turned off from the Democrat Party. You look at the way that Cori Bush, she's gone, Jamal Bowman, well, he's also gone, but Rashida Tlaib and AOC and Ilhan Omar, you look at the way they refer to not just Israel as a nation, but Jewish people. You listen to the rhetoric that is coming out from the left about Jews and just really vile things. Some of the protests in the fall on college campuses, in the spring on college campuses in New York, the Columbia University protests, the UCLA protests, etc. Some of the things that were being said about Jewish people, and we got a both sides statement from Joe Biden. Yes, I condemn anti-Semitism, but also anybody who doesn't understand what's going on with Palestine. I come at it from a pro-life angle. I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see war. I don't want to see conflict. I would love it if everybody would just get along. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen when you're dealing with this many people. And you want to obviously limit the damage if possible. But the fact that you have in deep blue New York, Donald Trump beginning to poll favorably among Jewish voters, that has to scare the Democrats. And I don't think snubbing Josh Shapiro, I don't think facilitating the Pennsylvania Passover, as Dawn Stensland says, is going to help Jews come around. What do you think?
I think you're right. And so I was looking back at over the years, when you think of the Jewish vote, Hillary Clinton, when she lost to Trump, she still won the Jewish vote by 71%. 71%. Then Biden, when in 2020, he gets 68% of the Jewish vote. And so that the Siena poll that you just cited, Sean, I think is highly significant when you think of a group of voters who traditionally have gone to the Democrats. But you have to look around and look at this upside down world we live in, and then the disastrous meetings between Biden and then Harris blowing off Bibi Netanyahu when he was here. You think of that on the world stage. This is the Israeli prime minister in our country, in D.C., and the Biden-Harris administration just blew him off. You contrast that with how Trump treated him. So then, and also, I think it doesn't fall. I think it does not fall away with anybody that Trump was very quick to invite Bibi Netanyahu to Mar-a-Lago, had a great meeting with him. But also, you think about Trump, the way that he treated our critical ally of Israel. I think there's a lot to that. And even if you traditionally, you are an American Jewish individual, okay, and you have traditionally voted Democrat, when you look at the October 7th attack, you look at what happened, and then you look at our campuses, and these are kids who were, some of them in libraries, in the glassed-in libraries, and these hateful, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel protesters, like, threatening them through the window. I mean, I got chill bumps when I saw that video, and that was happening across the country. And the fact that this administration runs from that and does not just say, no, we are not, that is not okay. And they always finally they spoke out, but then they said, well, no kind of hate is okay. And the anti-Palestine situation, no, that's not what we saw. We didn't see anybody here in Philadelphia or Columbia or New York or out west. No, there were not students who were wearing maybe a hijab or something of that nature, and you had people like gritting their teeth and holding up signs and holding up things and saying, we're going to beat you, we're going to get you. It didn't happen. It was anti-Jewish. And I think that at your heart, right, if you are a Jewish person or a Christian person, right, because we have the same Bible, and you're looking at that and you're going, oh my goodness, this administration would basically allow you to just hang out there as that Jewish student on a campus and take it. Just shut up and take it. Yeah. That's really, to me, that's what that was. And then to deny what happened, a terror attack on October 7th with those kids and babies and grandmas and students. Oh my goodness.
It's terrible.
It's so awful and over the top that I would not be surprised. I know people say, Dawn, you're crazy. The Jewish vote is going to go to Kamala. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And especially after this story that we're getting out now, it's on the Post Millennial. They put this up yesterday. Kamala Harris is meeting with the anti-Jewish far left to try and court their votes. And this is also, it goes beyond just Jews, right? When you see flyers handed out in rallies in Michigan that says freedom for Palestine means death to America. And then you look at last week, what nearly happened, and thankfully it was overturned, the plea deal for one of the masterminds of 9/11, right? Is that Kamala Harris is that the administration trying to, well, we're not going to put that death to America guy to death. He's going to live in prison. Are we playing games here to try and court these people? According to this article in the Post Millennial, Kamala Harris is meeting or has met with the founders of the Uncommitted National Movement, which is what Rashida Tlaib put together, which activated tens of thousands of voters in Michigan to withhold their votes from Joe Biden in the Michigan primary, and that wound up hitting some of these other states. Abbas Alawiya and Layla Elabed, I don't know how to pronounce some of these names, I apologize, Elabed, told the New York Times that they were in the welcoming line for Harris and her VP pick, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and then told Kamala Harris that they wanted to support her, but that the anti-Israel voters that they represented wanted her to consider an arms embargo to the Jewish state of Israel. And I bet you it's more than just an arms embargo. So you have this poll out of New York, this Siena poll, showing that Jews are starting to maybe change their tune, which makes a lot of sense considering what we've witnessed, what you just brought up about October 7th, what we saw on college campuses, the rhetoric that is being spewed about Jewish people. And then downwind of Jews. It's not just Jews. They say we get the Saturday people, then we'll get the Sunday people. They want death to Israel, but now they also want death to America. This is something that is starting to, the rot from within the Democrat Party, that is starting to now seep out for a lot of people to see it. And the Jewish voters, I believe, are seeing that and saying, well, the first little bit of it with Rashida Tlaib, it's only one representative. It's only a couple in the House, right? Then it was, well, now they're denying October 7th. And then you have the college campus protests. And then she's blown off Netanyahu. Now she's trying to pander to the death to America crowd, the death to Israel crowd. Then she kicked she snubbed a very popular Jewish governor from being on the ballot. I mean, this is a litany, a laundry list of examples of the fact that the Democrats don't seem to like Jewish people or view simply being Jewish as a liability. And that's an issue.
Yes.
That's a huge issue. And I don't think that's going away. I think that's going to get worse. We got more on that subject coming up on the other side of the break as we get to hour 3. Keep it locked right here. You're listening to Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Sean and Dawn in for the duration of the morning show. Hour 2 in the books. Hour 3 coming up next. Listen live on the Free Odyssey app or on the YouTube live stream. We'll be right back.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the Free Odyssey app.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, hour 3. It is 8:04 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean and Dawn filling in today. Well, Dawn's not filling in. Dawn does this every day, but I'm jumping in here, and we're here rocking and rolling as always, taking you through the morning. And the best way to start, it's the greatest way to start your day. Everybody knows it. The best way. The sun comes up, you turn on Kayal and Company, you listen to beautiful people. We had the tuna heist of 2024, the craziest story that I have heard, and I'm going to have to look into more of that. That's just a wild story. Talking about the anti-Semitism that has penetrated and is now seeping out of the Democrat Party. We got more on that in just a second. Hope everybody's doing well. I want to toss over to Dawn Stensland, the great Dawn Stensland, for a big 3. Dawn.
Yes. It's the big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning, Friday morning. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. In the news, and it has been hot here in Philadelphia. How hot has it been? Well, there was some sort of an argument in a line at Rita's Water Ice because these women got hot in line waiting for their water ice. Can't make this up. And Philadelphia police are seriously trying to identify the woman who pulled out her pistol while waiting in line for her Rita's Water Ice. So this is surveillance. This was captured on surveillance video, and this was some kind of an altercation that broke out. Now, I don't know if maybe there was a special or the lemon ice flavor was running out and the one woman got mad. Seriously, we don't know what was going on here. But this is Stenton Avenue in the East Mount Airy section of Philadelphia. I don't live too far. I know exactly where this Rita's Water Ice is. But during this argument, one of the 2 women start arguing over something, and the woman pulls out of her purse her pistol, and she threatens the other lady. And then she does get her water ice, though. I don't know what flavor, but she later drives off in her blue Mitsubishi compact SUV, and the other lady was a little bit shaken. Nobody was injured, but this is Philadelphia in hot August as 2 women apparently having an argument over their Rita's Water Ice. Does this beat the tuna story for you, Sean? I don't know.
I mean, guns coming out over water ices.
Water ice.
And, my goodness. That it still doesn't, though, because someone has to answer to me with the tuna heist where they were going to sell it. Like when you steal gold, I get it. You know, you could sell that. You could put that anywhere. But like tuna, I don't know. That's still number 1 for me.
The tuna heist. All right. The Rita's Water Ice pistol pocketbook lady takes a second to the tuna story.
Second place to tuna.
South Philadelphia. So we have former President Donald J. Trump making a big announcement with his news conference. The Veep then basically pressuring her to finally speak out. And this is Kamala Harris. But they have agreed to appear at a previously scheduled presidential debate on ABC, and that's scheduled for September 10th. So ABC Network confirming that one. So I know we'll get to that audio with what Trump said, and then you hear Kamala being forced because he held that news conference. There's a lot of audio surrounding that, but I wanted to headline that ABC News has come out and made the announcement, and they're very pleased with the fact that ABC News is the only one that's on the calendar right now. So that's September 10th, Trump v. Harris. So we've got that going on. Obviously, Trump holding that news conference. It was 2 p.m. I think we carried part of it here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT yesterday afternoon, and he held that news conference, and he made some big announcements. We'll get to all of it. And then Kamala, I think it was maybe 5, 6 o'clock, many hours later, she finally did respond slightly. So we'll get to all of that one going on. So number 3, where are they today? So Trump in Montana today, Harris in Arizona, as they sort of hopscotch across the country. Obviously, these are all the swing states that we've talked about, Pennsylvania being one of them. But the campaign is on, and Kamala Harris as well. Her official campaign site for Harris Walz updating its online biography of her newly chosen running mate, Tim Walz, and tweaking the wording, I'll point out, about his military service. And we've talked a lot about this stolen valor issue, which, by the way, was not coming from Republicans. This is something that is coming from Walz's own fellow military men who have called this out. They called it out for years ago, and they're calling it out again because he continues to double down on the titling of how he served. So on the website, if you look at it, the Harris campaign, they took out and deleted a reference that he was a retired command sergeant major. And now it says, quote, it's saying he once served at the command sergeant major rank. So now they're playing around with words. And Sean, I've never served in the military, but I have my grandpa's, United States Marine. He's now in heaven. Many of my family members. And so I know that for them, what they all say in my family and in the military community is that when you think of even the movies, right, the real hero in pretty much every movie is, yes, Command Sergeant Major. Like that guy in the movie is always the hero, always the guy who looks out for the younger men and is the guiding light. And so it's kind of like an iconic, probably the most iconic military command. Am I right here? That's how I feel about it. And that's,
so I'm not sure about the prestige of the rank itself. I'm not going to doubt what you're saying is true, because you're right. It has that feel. What happened, I was reading about this yesterday, and apparently he did attain that rank. So he's allowed to say that he attained that rank and served at that rank of command sergeant major, but he was demoted or administratively reduced back down to the rank before that. I don't know if it was master sergeant or whatever the rank was that he's listed as retiring as, because he didn't complete educational courses. Now I'm not sure if the reason why he retired before completing those educational courses was because that the unit was about to get deployed to Iraq and he had to just get out of there before he actually saw combat. I don't know. I saw people making that accusation. I'm not going to make the accusation that that's what I think happened, but I am going to say that I've seen people chatting about that, and that could be a possibility. But because he retired before finishing these educational requirements in the military and the National Guard, he is not allowed to say that he retired as a command sergeant major. Instead, it's the rank just below that he was demoted for. And again, more misrepresentation coming from him and the campaign. And I have to think the Democrats knew this was happening because he's been doing it his whole career.
And I know we have a lot of listeners who currently served, many of their sons and daughters. So maybe they can 855-839-1210. Maybe we'll get a quick call from somebody who can take us inside this. But in the military community, from everybody in my family, this is a very big deal, because what everybody's saying in my family is that if you reach that, you attain that status, then essentially to quit right when you know you're being deployed, and then keep that status and keep it for years and campaign on it. Because remember, he won in 2006, that U.S. House seat. You're allowing people, you're misleading people that you served in that role, which is an iconic role within the military, because you are that guy. You are, as I heard somebody say, you are You are that person, that guiding light. That was one of my family members said. You are the guiding light for your younger men who you take care of, and they trust you. You're like a dad or a granddad, and then to abandon them at that moment right before they leave is horrible. Because at first I thought, well, is this, why have his fellow comrades, why have they been so upset? And they've consistently been upset. This is not a new political thing. They have consistently over the years spoken out about what he did. And so my feeling about this, Sean, is that this is somebody who, it wasn't enough for him that he served in the National Guard for 24 years, which is honorable. But he views himself in this higher light, that
right.
he is this God among men. That
he doesn't just view himself that way too, Dawn. He portrays it that way.
Yes.
Right. He has made that implication. It's not just that he views himself as somebody, worthy of a little bit more praise, or that he accomplished things that maybe aren't on the record, or he wants to. He's marketing himself that way, and that's the problem.
Yeah. And that's his identity.
I can go ahead and think that I'm a great XYZ whatever, right? But if I go out there and now start telling people these myths, truths, and lying about something, not lying about how much you paid for your car, right? You want to sound like you got big, deep pockets. It's a $30,000 car. Meanwhile, you bought it used for like 12 grand off of some guy's lot. That's different than lying about serving in war, right? It's a lot different.
Yeah. Amen, brother. Well, we are sponsored this morning in Sean and Dawn, a.k.a. Kayal and Company. We're playing around with the title here because Nick and Greg are off, but summer is a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. We're talking about Budget Blinds, our sponsor this morning. Budget Blinds is really your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, as well as motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Get that free in-home consultation. It's the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring our Big Three. That's it.
All right. Awesome. We love the Big Three. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Budget Blinds. And as we continue to roll on here in the third hour, mentioned, that there's a rot in the Democrat Party right now. There's an absolute rot in the Democrat Party. And it looks like Kamala Harris is starting to court the Death to America crowd. Obviously, she needs their votes. Would Josh Shapiro being on the ticket here in the 2024 election, would that cost her votes in states like Michigan, where you had the uncommitted national voter movement that Rashida Tlaib organized? Well, Van Jones from CNN, he's been surprisingly very honest lately. And I don't agree with a lot of what Van Jones says. I pretty much don't agree with 90+% of what Van Jones says. So when I do agree with something that he's saying, or I think he's making a good point, I think that's extremely newsworthy. And the reason why is because you have the mainstream media apparatus, the people who will come home, they come home from work, they turn on their TV, they go to CNN to get the news. They're not supposed to hear some of these things that Van Jones has been saying about the Democrat Party. We're highlighting the fact that there is an anti-Semitic movement. There's an anti-Semitic population that is growing on the left. And I want to get to this clip from Van Jones admitting that this is an issue with the Democrat Party. Let's roll that.
Really appreciate Van Jones saying that, but I mean, this is not a rye bread that we're talking about. If anti-Semitism is marbled into the Democratic Party, something has to be done about that. And their answer seems to be, well, the Republicans are racist too, and but that's just not good enough. And now we know from reporting from the New York Times that Kamala Harris was meeting yesterday with the undecided committee, right? These sort of like pro-Hamas figures who said, well, we're not going to vote for the Democrat. And she's never going to appease these people. I mean, she could put the armband on and she's not going to appease these people. And I am very, very worried about the direction of the Democratic Party and the fact that now the Richie Torreses and the Jared Moskowitzes seem to be quiet about it. It's bad.
I think this is what we're highlighting here, what has been highlighted there. And he's talking about the Van Jones comments about it being marbled in. That excuse is unacceptable. And it needs to be unacceptable, not just to Democrats, it needs to be unacceptable to everybody. One of the biggest things that's levied against Donald Trump, right, is that he's a racist, right? Could you just imagine if a Fox News contributor or a Newsmax contributor or an OAN contributor or somebody comes on at 1210 WPHT or a podcaster, whomever it may be, says, well, racism is just kind of marbled in to the Republican Party. Could you imagine what the reaction would be across the mainstream media apparatus?
It's a great point because on one hand, I think that it's an analogy that I like in the sense that they're baking in this hatred.
Right.
They're baking their home-baked bread. Hate is home and their home-baked bread or something.
Yeah.
But they're baking it in. But on the other hand, the way he so casually says it is a little frightening.
Yeah, it's as if it's the norm, right? You talk about it being marbled in. I think about, because this is where my mind always goes to food, right? I think about steak. I think about beef. You look at the marbling on that ribeye or whatever it is. It's in there and you can't get rid of it because, it's just a part of the product.
They've marinated it, Sean.
Right.
They've marinated it.
Yes. And they're saying, well, this is just who we are. There's just anti-Semites in our party. How could you need to address that? Yeah. And there need to be questions. I'm sorry, if Donald Trump if there was a choice, right, for the VP that made as much sense as Josh Shapiro made for Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump did not select that choice. Let's say it's an African-American. Let's say it's an Asian. Let's say it's a Hispanic. You would hear about how Donald Trump is racist. This is the Republican Party. They have to put a white guy like Vance on the ticket. You're not hearing that now. Anybody talking about what happened to Josh Shapiro. He's no friend of mine. I don't know him. I just know that he's wildly popular in Pennsylvania. He's a Jewish man, and I believe that was one of the deciding factors as to why he's not on the ballot. Yeah. If that happened on the other side, there would be outrage over it. But instead, you have left-wing, propagandists and folks come out, well, it's just marbled into the party. But this gentleman who just spoke about it, he's upset about it, and he should be. You should not want to appease these pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic. You could be anti-Israel, like the government of, not Israeli people, or anti-Jew. You could make the case that you don't like the Israeli state. You don't like the way it's run. You want there to be a two-state solution. You want there to be peace. Those are all viewpoints. Maybe some of them I agree with. Maybe some of them I don't. But when you are coming out and you're just being blatantly anti-Semitic, you are discriminating against and spewing hate at people because they are Jewish, to the point where the front runner for a while had to, quote unquote, as Michael Rappaport says, un-Jew himself to appeal more to the Democrat Party. You now have a problem, and you got to take the wheel back from these people, or your party's going to turn into something you never thought was possible. We got more on that, more from Kamala Harris on her communistic vision for the United States of America. Did you know that even if she is the direct reason why your stuff costs more, she doesn't care, and she doesn't think that's a reason not to make those decisions? We'll get that on the other side of the break. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Dawn and Sean filling in. Well, Dawn's not filling in. I'm filling in. But Dawn and Sean here taking you through the entire morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Again, mix and match any 5 or more single bottles and enjoy 50% off plus free shipping. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, be sure to create your own account to earn more exclusive savings. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. That's code VIP50 at res-q.com.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
$8:27 here on a Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean and Dawn in this Friday morning, taking you all the way up to 10 a.m., where Dawn will take on the Dawn Show for the remainder of her time behind the microphone. It's going to be another action-packed. I could not imagine 6 straight hours. That is a marathon. That's just listen, I don't want to say Iron Man because I don't want to put you in the same position as some of these people in the Olympics, but Iron Woman will work for
Iron
us.
Woman.
Listen, that's Iron Woman. That's right. Hear me roar. Right?
Platinum, baby.
Dawn's going to be roaring. She's going to be roaring all morning. We got a couple of callers waiting for us here on the line right now. I want to go to Joe in Bordentown. He's got a new suggestion for a new national anthem if Kamala Harris is elected. This ought to be good. What's up, Joe?
Yes, I do, Sean. You know the movie On the Beach where there was a nuclear war? Well, if Harris and Timmy the Tin Soldier get elected, it would be Waltzing Kamala.
Instead of that, what would that be? Waltzing Matilda? A play on that?
Yeah, that's the Australian national anthem. It would be Waltzing Kamala.
Dawn, what do you think?
I love it. Well, I don't
I
love
love
it.
it too.
I hope that she goes away and, just next January after they lose, I truly hope that we're not even talking about this name. And so I shudder to think of a Harris-Walz victory, November 5th.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's we were nuked. That's what that would be.
That's what it would look like,
Scary.
and I'm with Dawn on this one as well. I hope that she just goes away and that America can finally declare that Kamala Harris is no longer a factor, and we are now unburdened by what has been. I think that'd be a good one. We haven't. There's another caller waiting on here. Interesting. We saw all the fundraising jump off the charts when Kamala Harris was announced. Obviously, James O'Keefe has been all over this Act Blue situation. Charlie in Philadelphia says he's got a strange feeling about how the donations went way up when Kamala Harris became the candidate. What's up, Charlie?
Well, right after Biden had that debacle with Trump in the debate, they kept saying, funds are down and nobody's donating, and it sounded like Panic City. And in a blink of an eye, you got Chameleon, whatever her name is, and they were saying, 40 million today, and one day she raised and broke the records, 100 million the next day, and this and that. And I said to my wife, they might not even think that she can get in there, but all that money's pouring back in, and somebody's going to get that money, go live in Israel or Ukraine or Paris or, you know what I'm saying? They don't. These people, they probably don't care. They got the Chinese troops here. They got all these gangs here. They got this. They're ready, I think, to destroy this country. These people, and they'll go live somewhere else. They don't care, but you know what I mean? They're not going to let Trump get in there and get away with it. So they're going to do something. You know what I mean? But they're going to have the money, and I don't think they really care about Kamala Harris and I could picture her with a beret on and like saluting like Che Guevara with her fist up in the air. They can make posters of her T-shirt. That's what she reminds me of.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Harris
And she reminds me of that too.
Yeah, that's all I want to say. There's something fishy about this whole thing. All this money pouring in there, and I mean, it's apparent that she can't even speak and she can't talk without a prompter. Come on, something's bizarre here. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't add up. I think they're just going to steal all the money that's donated and run off with it.
It's possible. Well, you don't go from, as Van Jones said, right? You don't go from, cringe to cool in 24 hours. I've never seen that happen before in my life. That's not normal.
Right. And somebody can't even speak right. And I mean, I don't know how she ever became a lawyer or a judge or anything myself. I mean, I can only attribute it to, because she's a woman and of color. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and there was also,
I can't imagine how
rumors.
How you like to walk in a courtroom? She's your lawyer. You're here for something serious.
No, but I'm going to push back.
I mean?
I'm going to push back on that, Charlie, because I think the truth is that she is somebody who's book smart. She's somebody who studied in school, and she's somebody who, because there are book smart people. Her father is a professor emeritus, right? And so
a professor of Marxism. Isn't he Marxist economics?
Yeah, I had reported that. I looked him up right away. I never, and I haven't heard many people talk about that. But that is the truth. He's seriously, look, if you don't believe us, look it up yourself. Professor emeritus.
Marxist economics. Yeah, it boils down to we got everything, we're in the party, and you have nothing. That's their economics. Yeah. That's scary. All right. Have a good day, folks. Have a good weekend.
Well, thank you so much, Charlie. Charlie in Philadelphia, obviously with the call there, bringing up just a weird feeling that we're getting, and there's a lot of weirdness going on. As I said, you don't go from, as Van Jones says, cringe to cool in 24 hours. That's not normal. It's very cult-like. You went from being the most unpopular and the most disliked vice president. In fact, where, 2 weeks before she's coronated as the candidate, they're talking about getting her off the ticket I mean, there were people who were saying she's a drag on Biden.
Yeah.
Now she's all of a sudden the savior. That's not normal. There's a word for that. It's culty. It's cult-like. It's strange. The fact that you can take somebody who you've never liked in the past, and now you are, it's like that meme where it's the NPC, they open the back, and they put the new chip in there, say, I like Kamala. That's what's happening here. And the reason why this honeymoon phase has even lasted this long is because she has not had an opportunity to get out in front of the press for people to see her in an unscripted situation. Although we played a couple of segments ago, the diplomacy clip on the tarmac, and neither of us had any clue what she was trying to say.
No.
But this is even scarier than the word salads. It's what she designed, what she wants to do. Her vision for America. This is an alarming clip. This is a policy thing, right? I want you to listen to this. Kamala Harris tells us she does not care if she is the reason why the costs of goods and services increase for the American consumer. She says it in this clip, talking about carbon fees and what that would mean for the rest of us. Why don't we roll that clip? Harris just doesn't care that if her decisions wind up hurting the American consumer.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. Mm-hmm. And that money, a lot of it is going to go to the communities, and this is part of my environmental justice approach to the issue. We're going to do it in a way that is about what we've always done with industry, which is to say that there has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, and that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, carbon fee.
That should never be the reason not to do it because it's hurting people. I mean, look, hold on. So let's walk through this. Kamala Harris is running for president of the United States. Okay. The chief executive officer of the United States of America, the highest position in our government. When you run for elected office, you are a public servant. Now, whether I vote for you or not, you still serve me, right? That's the point. Anybody, you serve. It's Donald Trump even said this. I'm not voting to serve. I'm not running to serve as president for half of America. I'm running to serve as president for the entire country in his unifying message at the RNC, right? So for Kamala Harris to say, well, we know that the carbon fee may get passed on to consumers. In other words, you're taxing businesses through regulations, right? These regulatory taxes are forcing businesses, that their cost of business to increase. They're going to pass that on to us. It's going to hurt us in the end, right? When we go to the supermarket, we buy whatever it is that we're buying at a supermarket. We're buying whatever it is that we're buying at a Walmart. We're on Amazon. As the costs of these goods and these services continue to increase because the costs of producing them and bringing them to market increases, she said that should never be a reason not to do it. Well, I mean, how much more do you need to hear that she simply doesn't care about you? Dawn, did you take the same thing from that as I did?
Absolutely. And so it's a huge issue what she's talking about when she talks about the carbon fees, and it's the PACER program here in Pennsylvania Climate Emissions Reduction Act, where they want to do a cap and invest program to incentivize the reduction of those carbon emissions. And all of this we pay for. So in states like in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, what does this mean? It means jobs. It's why we've had businesses leave, we've had jobs leave, and union jobs, good paying union jobs. And so that's why you don't see this in the headlines as much, but it will be coming out. And it reminds me of back in the day, remember Hillary Clinton pre-2016, during those conversations with some of the coal mine workers. Remember that? I know, Bo.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton. Remember the clips of that? This is the I know, Bo for Kamala. And once union workers really understand, and also consumers understand where her heart is, I don't care what her press release says, I don't care what her talking points of today are, because all of these videos, all of, in her own words type situations, it's all going to come out. And then the voters can decide, do you really trust this individual? Because, my God, here in Pennsylvania, I think our energy prices in general are 40% higher than the national average, 40. It's nuts. And then on top of it, you think about as a consumer and as a union worker and all those jobs, I just don't see consumers or union workers trusting that Kamala Harris has your back.
How could you? How could you trust her when she is out there telling you, I will make decisions that will hurt you, even though I know it's going to hurt you because I don't believe your struggle is a good enough reason not to follow through on those plans. That's what she said. And that's the biggest problem. So you're running for president of the United States and you are telling people that even if you know that these taxes that you're going to impose on businesses, industries, et cetera, that they're going to be passed on to the consumer, meaning the consumer is going to have to pay more for these goods and services now because of Kamala's policies. And she said that should never, not that maybe it shouldn't, that should never be a reason not to implement the carbon fee. You are being told by your candidate that what you are struggling with doesn't matter, even if she's the one causing your pain. How on earth can that person be trusted in a role of public servant? I wouldn't trust that. Imagine going to a hair cutter and the hair cutter's like, well, I'm going to put a blindfold on, even if this means I screw up your haircut. Are you going to let that person cut your hair? Dawn, are you letting that person cut your hair with a blindfold? Even if they go, I don't care if I cut, if I mess up, I'm putting the blindfold. You're not trusting them with that. That's something far less serious than your country. Your hair will grow back. You'll be able to do something with it. This woman is telling people she doesn't care that her policies will hurt us. And she believes that even if we are hurt by those policies, that is never a reason to back away from those policies. That's all you need to know about Kamala Harris. She's telling you, she's being honest. Listen to these people when they tell you the truth. They don't care about us. And that's the biggest problem. You bring up energy in Pennsylvania. You bring up the war on fracking. Yep. We have a war like that in New York as well. It is disgusting to see these public servants continue to stab the people who they serve in the back. That's Kamala Harris. There's no two ways about that. Those words came from her mouth herself. All right, we're here at 8:40 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. About to wrap up the third hour and roll into the fourth and final hour next segment. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Dawn and Sean on Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be back with so much more. Stick with us. Keep it locked right here on the free Odyssey app and the YouTube live stream. We'll be right back.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the first Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, he wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited.
The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby! joeconklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Tonight's 9:40 Phillies Diamondbacks game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You hear me talk all the time about PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. I every once in a while look at their, pull it up, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, kind of look at, the new inventory. I love it. But think about this. The new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. So sleek, stylish, stunning. On the outside, packed with advanced technology on the inside. Has that touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition. It's so impressive. It's incredible. The 2024 C300 featuring a turbocharged 2.0-liter 4-cylinder engine, 255 horsepower, available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. You can always shop online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
.847 on Friday morning, 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, Sean and Dawn, rocking and rolling, handling it, and rolling through the entire 4-hour program here this morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on Kayal and Company. We've had a good discussion about what Kamala Harris is looking to do to our country, her policies, what she is ashamed of, what she's not ashamed of, why she's hiding from the press, and even some other comments from Tim Walz, and just proof all over the place that these folks, they don't care about you. They don't care about the welfare of our country. They care about one thing and one thing only, and that is power. We do have a call that is a caller that is waiting right now. Jim in Delco He's got an interesting theory about what's going on with the Democrat ticket right now. What's going on, Jim?
Hey, good morning, Dawn and Sean. How you guys doing? I'm just surprised that nobody's mentioning this. If you think about it, when Biden was tanking and failing miserably, Kamala brought nothing to the table for him. No support, didn't give him any boost. Then there's that lag. Things are leaking out on, what should they do? The Democrat Party's in disarray. And it was pretty clear she wasn't the person. They didn't know. But I think what ended up happening is when it started to affect the down ballot candidates, Senate candidates, congressional candidates, they were in a code red, and they figured, you know what, it's a double-edged sword. We can get rid of her, let her run her course, whether she wins or not. And I think it was the opposite of did she want to pick Shapiro or Newsom. I think it was more those guys looking at that in the future they could be viable candidates, and if they go side to side with her, it could ruin that opportunity. So along comes Walz, and you kind of see what he's all about. He's like a fifth string guy, and I just don't. I think it's just a rolling sideshow, the two of them. That's it. I think the Dems are just trying to preserve their down ballot. Not that they didn't want to win the presidency, but it's a win-win for them. They win the presidency, it's great, but in the end, they get rid of her, and they don't have to worry about her failure. Probably never even hear about her again. They didn't pick, it seems like, the best candidates. It seemed like the candidates to do the least amount of damage to the rest of the ticket. That's my take on it.
And you could very well be right about that, Jim. It's an interesting, observation. And I don't want anybody to get the idea that they're not trying. I don't think that's what you're trying to say either. Obviously, you mentioned that they do want to win the presidency. But the down ballot races were looking really, really shaky with Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. Obviously, if you give Donald Trump a large majority in the House and a sizable majority in the Senate, the Democrat Party is going to get absolutely wrecked politically and through most likely legislatively, when you allow these Republican drafted policies to take hold in this country and it brings forth prosperity, then they get exposed as a party that's making empty promises. So that's an interesting observation too, and a theory that perhaps they want to use this as if she does win, we'll be able to control her, and if she doesn't, now she's out of the way because she lost to Trump, and anybody who loses to Trump isn't getting another shot, right? And also possibly to preserve a guy like Josh Shapiro, who is incredibly capable as a politician. And could emerge as their next man up on the bench, because we've been saying for a while that the Democrat bench is not very deep. So, Dawn, do you believe that, after all this chatter, that Josh Shapiro has, even though he wasn't picked, that he's essentially been elevated to, next man up for the Democrat Party?
Oh, I think that he was definitely going there eventually anyway. I've known Josh Shapiro for a long time, since he was in local politics back in the day in Montgomery County. And so I think that certainly was and is an ambition of his. But either way you look at it, even if she had chosen Josh Shapiro, I understand that way of thinking. I understand that some people say, oh, maybe, Shapiro just stayed out of this hot mess. But I really think that she asked him and Obama asked, or whoever's running things, I think that Shapiro would have been a strong candidate, a strong campaigner. And I'm sticking with what I said earlier, just based with Shapiro. I really believe it shows it's more about Kamala Harris and her basic insecurities, and the fact that she doesn't like the fact that people have said, well, she slept her way to the top with Willie Brown and blah, 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 or that they've said, that she was a disaster as the borders are. I think she has so many insecurities that all she cares about is looking like she's the boss. Remember that AOC clip we used to play all the time? I'm the boss. I'm the boss. And right. So I think that's her. I think that's her personality. And also I will say this. It says a lot about Kamala Harris, the fact that she's had that high turnover within her own staff, that they don't like her. And I can tell you, even as like a woman in business, as a longtime news anchor here, my intern, Jennifer Stefano, now she works with, she's worked with the Commonwealth Foundation and she's an author and so on. I mean, Jennifer, as an intern from back in the day, she's like, Dawn, we loved you. We looked up to you. I mean, there is something about, especially for women, that when you're in business, you try to empower, you take an extra moment, just like guys do, right? That you have when people look up to you and you are a role model, so-called, for people. The fact that Kamala Harris, you don't see that camaraderie, that her own staffers, many of them young women who should be saying, oh, she's an inspiration. I really look up to her. And she was so kind, even though she was tough, right? She was tough. But at the same time, she took me aside, and I'm so loyal to her. You don't hear that. You never hear. I don't hear it. Maybe I look at all the very liberal progressive sites. I don't see those individuals. Where are they? That says a lot about who she is.
Yeah. It's like a 93% turnover or something like that. And I understand that, like, the best businesses are always hiring and you're trying to upgrade and but 93% turnover, people are leaving that much. And, it's interesting you bring up that the folks jumping ship or they're leaving. At the beginning of the week, we had the Kamala crash. The markets took a huge hit. There was a threat of war in the Middle East. There was a lot of uncertainty, a whole heck of a lot of fear. And it was markets all across the board. The stock market, crypto, if you're into all that type of stuff, international markets as well. And it brought up a very interesting, scenario. It's the economy, stupid. A lot of people want to vote for what is going to leave them better off financially, economically. But you saw this Joe Biden's top economic advisor leaving his post, right? But he goes and he joins the Kamala Harris campaign. So you have a guy who is presiding over, at that point Monday morning, a failing and crashing market. And he's now enlisting with the person who's running to get 4 more years of the exact same economic conditions. It's no surprise with this article in the Post Millennial that Donald Trump is topping Kamala Harris by 12 points when it comes to handling of the economy. And that is 52-40. So he is in the majority there on that poll. Donald Trump leads Vice President Kamala Harris on the issue of handling the economy by 12 points, according to a recent Wall Street Journal poll. It comes as the global stock markets had plunged in recent days after a brutal July jobs report and unemployment ticking up. The poll was conducted between July 23rd and 25th with 1,000 registered voters nationally. And when those surveyed were asked between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, who, in your opinion, is best able to handle the economy, Trump was favored 52% to 40%. And I think once this race gets back to focusing on the issues that impact everyday Americans, right? If Kamala Harris wins, what is going to change in the supermarket for me, right? You heard her yesterday talking about, on day one, I'm going to work to stop price gouging and bring prices down. Why are you not doing that now? You have admitted that inflation is an issue. Bread costs more, fuel costs more. You've admitted that inflation is hurting Americans. You are the vice president, and the president of the United States right now is a vegetable. You have the most influence a VP has ever had in the history of American politics, and you're doing nothing but saying that if you win and occupy essentially the same office, that you're going to change things? There's no way. How does Kamala Harris winning the presidency reduce the costs of eggs for me in the supermarket? How does it reduce the costs of lumber for builders? How does it reduce the costs of fuel and energy for those in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania or in New York who sit on the Marcellus and Utica shales, where you could produce so much energy, produce so much wealth, produce so many jobs in those 2 states alone that it would just transform that region of the country, lift so many people out of poverty. And yet she has the nerve to say, well, on day one, when I'm president, this is what I'm going to do. You've been in power for 3.5 years. Do you think anybody's really falling for this, Dawn?
I think some people are falling for it. I do. I think that, and that's the scary thing. People who get their news off Twitter, people who are followers. And so it takes different events to shake people up. And I will say one event, this Taylor Swift story in the headlines today, the 3rd person in custody over that foiled attack on Taylor Swift. So the assassination of the attempted assassination of Taylor Swift and the reaction from the Swifties, bigger, still getting bigger coverage than the actual attempted assassination on Trump, and then the second foiled attack on Trump. But I think these kinds of situations are always curious to me. I want to watch this very carefully because the Swifties, much as they discovered the NFL and then altered the NFL from a consumer base, how will they impact this? Because they're all going like, oh my God, like what is going on with Taylor? And we had to cancel the concerts. And so what do? They research it and they look it up and then they start to learn actual information. And that is my hope and my prayer, that you have all of these different groups who something is happening, they see it, if they just do a little bit of homework. And that's always my prayer. That's why we give out the sites here. We give our sourcing, like you said earlier, the Siena poll. I mean, we give the place where they can get the raw data, because if we have enough people looking at the raw data and looking at the actual facts and the information without emotion and without the spin, then we do have a chance.
And you mentioned the failed ISIS attack on Taylor Swift. If and when those Swifties do finally research what's going on, I hope they find out that the radical left, those are the people who are empowering the ones who wanted to kill Taylor Swift.
Yes.
We have so much more coming up in the final hour of the show. It has flown by up until this point. We'll be right back on the other side of this break. You're listening to Kayal and Company, Sean and Dawn in today. For the duration of the program, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Right back on the other side of this break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Talk Radio 1210's Huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is moving to Thursday, September 12th. Join Dom Giordano as he talks to Donald Trump Jr. about all things Trump. Just 2 days after the planned presidential debate. The new date, Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in, and you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high, it's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.804 on a Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company with Dawn and Sean. We're rocking and rolling here in the final hour, fourth and final hour already underway here this morning on a Friday. Thank you to everybody who's been joining us for the entire show. Got the YouTube chat is rocking. Woo. We got it on the free Odyssey app as well. So many awesome people, so many great interactions and calls this morning that we've had. Some interesting discussions as well regarding the Democrat tactics and what their vision actually is. Kamala Harris telling us straight up she doesn't care if her decisions wind up hurting the American people. Well, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris on issues handling the economy. And he's also now surging among millennials and Gen Xers. Before we get to that, let's go to Dawn with the news here at the top of the hour. Dawn, what's going on? What's going on out there? Any more tuna heists? What's happening?
The tuna heist, the mystery as they search for the missing tuna, which isn't eaten yet. Yeah, there's so much happening. Good morning this morning as we think about the big three. There's new body camera video just released yesterday by Butler Township. Some officials there from the day that a young man attempted to assassinate former President Donald J. Trump. And it shows the moment that the local police were encountering the shooter, the wannabe assassin, right before he opened fire on the Pennsylvania crowd. Of course, taking a chunk off of part of President Trump's ear. He survived, thank God, and had all those stitches and so on. But remember, taking the life of someone who is remembered as a hero, a firefighter, a first responder, as well as a hardworking engineer, Corey Comparator, who's a dad and a husband. And so this is an investigation on so many levels, as now we're just seeing this back and forth of this video and these local guys questioning things. It's what they're questioning that I think leads to so many of us saying, yeah, here are some local officers and they're asking the questions that we want answered. So I know that the Secret Service at the federal level, they had released a statement and said, basically, oh, we so appreciate that this has come to light. Yeah, right. Right. But they did issue a statement about it, that they received it, that they're reviewing it as part of their investigation.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. Isn't that nice?
How nice. We love the FBI. They do so well.
So they're
always so honest.
Well, the leadership, not so much. And we also have, the confirmation and a lot of back and forth between as far as former President Donald J. Trump in Florida and Kamala Harris, the campaigns now back on the move today. But we did see that, in fact, we have a confirmation. You can put it on the calendar, September 10th, ABC News, and that's official. That's locked in. That one debate, we heard Trump yesterday saying that he believes that we should have as many debates as possible. And so we don't have that agreement or confirmation from Kamala Harris, but we know that ABC News is confirming that, in fact, we will see at least one. As for Trump today, he'll be in Montana, Harris in Arizona. And since you had talked about down ticket, obviously Montana in play and Arizona, those down ticket, those Senate races are critical as far as thinking about the balance of power. And will we see a sweep, a red sweep, if you will, in the House, the Senate, and the White House come November 5th? And I think that's a big concern. Number 3, I'll just mention to you all of these tornado alerts that we're seeing across our region, because this is imminent until 2 o'clock this afternoon across the entire region. And when I say that, so I'm not just talking about Philadelphia or Pennsylvania, the entire region, we are under severe weather watches and alerts. And specifically, there's a belief that the winds will be high enough and the conditions will be conducive to tornadoes sweeping across. And this is Pennsylvania, New Jersey, especially South Jersey, but as well Delaware and Maryland. So that will last throughout the bulk of the day until 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we're on weather watch for sure, as we see the remnants, obviously, of tropical storm, what was Hurricane Debbie, that struck and caused all that damage in Florida and the Carolinas. This is the Big 3.
Thank you, Dawn, and always appreciate hearing the news. Hey, listen, you broke the biggest news story in the world this morning about the tuna heist. I'm never going to get over that. It's like, you hear about these guys going up these street lights to steal the copper out of it. I get it. You could sell copper anywhere. I just don't know what you do with the tuna once you have it, other than eat it, or you had to have, like you said, there had to have been a buyer. Yeah. Listen, there's a story in the Washington Examiner right now about Donald Trump surging amongst millennials and Gen X voters. Washington Examiner citing some polling from CNBC. National polls are struggling to grapple with the revived Democratic presidential ticket. And can I want to point this out one more time. These leftist Democrats who went from we don't like Kamala to, and she's a drag on the ticket, to being told nobody voted for her. Okay. There was not one rank and file Democrat primary voter who cast a vote for Kamala Harris in the primary cycle this year. Not one. So nobody voted for her. They were told not to like her first. Now they're told to like her. Okay. It's very strange, very cult-like that there's this Messiah type feeling around Kamala Harris. She's going to save us. Very strange. This quote-unquote revived Democratic presidential ticket with Kamala Harris and stolen valor, Tim Walz. If you're defending Tim Walz right now for the stolen valor thing, we got an issue, all right? Big-time issue. CNBC and Rasmussen reports have new data on yesterday, giving Trump an edge, with CNBC attributing this lead to growing concerns about the economy and a surge of support from middle-aged voters. The CNBC poll found Trump leading nationally by 2 points. Trump leads Harris 2-1 on who would handle the economy better. And while Harris has helped to revive Democrat support from youthful voters, there's been a swing to Trump among millennials and Generation X voters. Quote, young voters showed far greater support for Harris than they did for Biden, backing the vice president now by 10 points, compared to backing Trump by 2 points in an NBC July poll. But that was offset by a big swing of 12 points among voters aged 35 to 49 towards Donald Trump. This age group now supports Trump by 9 points. 9 points among voters 35 to 49. And I'll say this too. We saw Kamala Harris do no interviews. She's giving the exact same speech in stop after stop after stop. Yesterday in Wisconsin and Detroit, we're seeing her repeat the exact same words off the teleprompter. And somebody on X mentioned, a lot of bands will play their greatest hits. They'll play the same set on their set list when they go show to show. And that's totally fine. And Donald Trump will deliver pretty much the same remarks in rally after rally, but his off script, once offs here and some different issues, they're not the exact same carbon copy speeches every single time that he speaks. I saw him speak live at the Bitcoin conference here in Nashville. It wasn't predominantly about Bitcoin. He made a lot of points and he shared his vision about how he wants crypto and Bitcoin to be to play a role in the future of the United States. But it wasn't the same exact speech that you see in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and what you're going to see in Montana today, because he's authentic. But I think here's something to think about with these, the shift in young voters back towards Kamala Harris. How long is that going to last? I don't think young people are actually going to like her. Now, there may be more young people who like her over Biden, but the interview he did with Aiden Ross and all of this stuff that he's doing online with these streamers, do you see that? Maybe moving the needle more so than doing these interviews maybe with an ABC or an NBC. Dawn, do you think that's the way to reach these younger voters? Because this is a group of voters that are really just not engaged in the process. Is it because politicians are just not going where they are?
Maybe. I think part of this is that if you watch the corporate so-called mainstream media, which is, and we call them out all the time, they're very biased. And so you have all of these influencers and all of this influence that has told society over and over and over that Trump, orange man, bad, racist, hateful, and they've pounded him. And so when you see an influencer, and you brought up Ross, okay, and I have teenage sons, and they were like, wow, Trump went on with him. Then it's somebody that's like the Joe Rogan effect. When you see somebody who's just considered somebody who's maybe not necessarily a political guy, right? Aiden Ross started out with, he's a video gamer. And so people feel like they know the guy. And so then all of a sudden it's somebody who you feel like you kind of trust. They don't really have any skin in this game, this political game. They're not, what are they benefiting? How are they benefiting? And then that person who you think is, a pretty normal person, and they come out and they do an interview and they go, yeah, I really like this. This guy's a good guy. Then it chips away at the narrative. And so to me, that's why Trump is wise. He was wise to listen to Barron. He's listening to his sons. He's listening to a whole diversity of people who are saying, maybe go on this with this guy, go on with that guy. And so I think that these different influencers, the fact that you're seeing that Trump realizes that there's such a slim margin that happens in these elections. And if he can just if people could just listen to him speak at any length, that's what he's hoping for. It's the opposite with Kamala Harris. That's why they're trying to hide her, because they don't want her to be out too much, because you go, oh, dang, she's not in command of anything. She's not in control. She's not she doesn't have original thought. She doesn't have business experience. She doesn't get people. She's not an in-touch person. And I don't mean to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean here when I say this. So as a career woman, right, who then went on, I am blessed with a husband and kids. But Kamala Harris is somebody who was never married or had children or raised children until she was 50 years old. And then she married Doug Emhoff, and his grown children are now her beautiful stepchildren. I know they have a great relationship, and that's a blessing. But she's not somebody who's even in touch when it comes to just regular, like the mom in the minivan or dad in the minivan issue. Right. She's not relatable. I don't think she's relatable on any level. And that's why people say, oh, she's stupid. No. She's not stupid. It's that she is book smart. She's lived in a bubble literally her entire life.
I love that term that you use, bubble, right? Because she is not comfortable doing anything outside of her bubble. And we're seeing that. If she was this relatable, likable candidate, we'd see more of them. I would always want to, I would show. It's the reason why people who don't feel good about their body, they don't like to take their shirt off in public, right? Because they're ashamed of what's underneath, right? I mean, it is what it is. So I don't think people should feel that way about themselves, but that's, as you mentioned, insecurity, a self-confidence issue. But the people don't have confidence in her. The party doesn't have confidence in her, or they would be putting her out in front of every single camera. Do you think Barack Obama would ever avoid the press? Why would he never avoid the press? Because he's a great speaker. I don't agree with him, but he's a great speaker. He's a compelling speaker. When he was running for president, he was charismatic. The more exposure he got, the more people liked him. Kamala Harris historically has been on the opposite of that. She's kind of been, and I don't mean this as a shot, but DeSantis, the same thing happened to him. The longer he was out in front of cameras, the more kind of awkward you saw. It kind of looked forced. He just wasn't handling it right. And historically, what you saw was he was running neck and neck with Trump, and the more exposure he got, the less people liked him. I don't even think it was more of, the Trump campaign labeling him nicknames. It was DeSantis just didn't come across the right way. People didn't gravitate towards that. And that's what I think we see with Kamala Harris as well. And we've seen that historically. The more she's exposed, the less people like her. But conversely with Trump, when people can hear him speak his mind unfiltered, like an Aiden Ross interview, seeing him listening to music, jamming out in a cyber truck, people are like, this guy doesn't seem like Hitler. All that nonsense I see on MSNBC from these talking heads who hate us, they call him a threat to democracy. This guy looks like he's a normal guy. He's listening to the Beach Boys with a Gen Z dude.
Yep.
And it allows people to see the human side of Donald Trump, where there really isn't a human side of Kamala Harris. She isn't relatable. We got the morning mystery movie clip. All right, morning mystery movie clip. Let's roll that contest. Morning mystery movie clip, and then I guess you call in. And was it caller 12? I believe is your morning mystery movie clip winner. Let's roll that clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, you're supposed to be the fast thing in the valley, man, but that can't be your car. It must be your mama's car. I'm sort of embarrassed to be this close to you.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Driving a field car.
Field car? What's a field car?
Field car runs through the fields, drops cow all over the place to make the lettuce grow.
That's pretty good. Hey, I like the color of your car there, man. What's that supposed to be? Sort of a cross between piss yellow and puke green, ain't it?
Well, you call that a paint job, but it's pretty ugly. I bet you got to sneak up on the pumps just to get a little air in your tire.
You think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, you have the morning mystery movie clip. Caller 12 will be the winner of this amazing prize.
Yes.
The morning mystery movie clip. And we will get to that on the other side of this break. We have also Donald Trump committing to 3 debates, but Kamala Harris, for some reason, only committing to 1. What is she scared of? I don't know what's going on. Hiding Harris, the hyena, the hiding hyena. I think we found a new nickname, the hiding hyena. So we'll get to that. An interesting story about Elon Musk and Rumble shutting down GARM. That was a very big win for free speech. Morning mystery movie clip winner, and so much more coming up on the other side of this break. You're listening to Kayal and Company, Dawn and Sean, rocking and rolling here till the end of the 10 a.m. hour. Woo. Dawn will be taking over for the Dawn Show. It has flown by thus far. We'll be right back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I believe he used to go as the Greater Chris on Twitter. He's now calling himself the Bachelor Chris.
Bachelor Chris, yeah.
He says crowd size means nothing. Biden had 6 people in a circle at rallies. Trump drew tens of thousands. Biden drew hundreds. Candidates and debates mean nothing. And that's why I'm saying this is why you cannot leave any stone unturned. I know people aren't going to do it. I'm just wasting my oxygen here. This is why you cannot wait until November 5th to vote. If you don't take advantage of September 16th in that 6-week window, don't tweet me. That's it. Don't tweet me. I don't want to hear from you.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:26 on a Friday morning, ready to go here on Kayal and Company up until 10 a.m. And then we have the Dawn Show. We're here on 1210 WPHT. Dawn and Sean in right now, Kayal and Company, rocking and rolling. The Dr. Seuss duo. Our names rhyme. It's the best rhyme in history. Green Eggs and Ham, take a seat. Dawn and Sean is here to stay in terms of the best rhyme in history. We have our winner for the morning mystery movie clip. That is Dan in Collegeville. Dan.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Dan. What was the movie in the morning mystery movie clip?
American Graffiti, 1973.
That is correct. And congratulations. You won a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Don Jr. at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. That is on September 12th. You also include a copy of the book Letters to Trump. Tickets are on sale for this event at 1210 WPHT. But Dan in Collegeville, you're going for free because you got that one right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you. You too. American Graffiti, folks. That was a George Lucas movie, I believe.
It was.
If I'm wrong, someone could correct me, but that's where I believe. And it's actually one of my dad's favorite movies. I think that's how George Lucas, it's his first time he ever ran into Harrison Ford, which obviously led to Han Solo. One of my favorite movies, Star Wars. I love it. It's just great. It's great to see the way these relationships start and how they turn into some of my favorite movie characters in in movie history. I'm a big Star Wars fan. Of course, the originals.
Yes.
I'm very disappointed in Mark Hamill, and I think Emperor Palpatine had the right idea when he was zapping him. Anyway, let's go to, I want to go to this clip. Donald Trump committed to 3 debates yesterday in his press conference. Now, Donald Trump, over the course of the last 24 hours, has held more press conferences than Kamala Harris has in the last 19 days. That's pretty crazy.
Yes.
He's had more because he's held one. He's held one. I want to go to this clip. Donald Trump. Trump commits to 3 debates at his press conference yesterday. A power move, saying he's committed to 3 of them. Obviously, hiding hyena. The hiding hyena Kamala Harris is only wants to debate on ABC News because she can't do anything outside of her bubble. But let's get to Donald Trump. He committed to 3 debates, 2 of which are on fake news networks. Take a listen.
I think it's very important to have debates, and we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed with ABC on September 25th. So we have those 3 dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed.
I firmly believe that Kamala Harris does not want to debate Donald Trump. I don't care what she says. Oh, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to do that. Now, you hear what Trump said. He said that the NBC debate is on September 10th and the ABC debate is on September 24th. Kamala Harris has been on record saying she's going to be on ABC on September 10th. Well, Trump agreed to a debate. It's on a different network. It's not a friendly network, but he agreed to a debate on that same day. If Kamala Harris truly wants to debate Donald Trump on September 10th, she'll do it on NBC or she'll do it on ABC. But I'm curious to see if she ducks it on that little technicality. Now, Donald Trump yesterday in his press conference did knock Kamala Harris for ducking the press because she just hasn't made herself available. And again, as we've been saying, if she is this great candidate, if she is this strong candidate, if she is playing with the lead, why is she hiding? Let's get to this clip from yesterday's press conference. Donald Trump knocking Kamala Harris for ducking the press and hiding from the American people.
Okay.
Mr. President, you have not had a public campaign event for nearly a week now. Tomorrow you'll be in Montana, which is not a swing state. Some of your allies have expressed concern that you're not taking this race seriously, particularly at a time where there is enthusiasm on the other side. Why haven't you been campaigning this week?
Because I'm leading by a lot and because I'm letting their convention go through. And I am campaigning a lot. I'm doing tremendous amounts of taping here. We have commercials that are at a level I don't think that anybody's ever done before. Plus, in certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones, I'm speaking to radio, I'm speaking to television. Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any news conference. You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference. She's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economic.
She's not smart enough to do a news conference. Now, Dawn, I know you mentioned that that Kamala Harris is book smart, but Donald Trump is over here saying she's not smart enough to do a news conference. What do you think about that? Does her book smarts end, okay, when she steps in front of a camera?
Yeah. Right. Because if you're book smart, you can go to law school, you can go to school, you can be an A+ student, but she's not life smart. She's not business smart. She's not energy smart. She's not, you could go through that. And I think that's the smarts that he's talking about, the street smarts, the sense of leadership. And so that's why, I'm laughing my head off that he holds that news conference. And I'm so thankful that he calls out that reporter. And there are people in the so-called mainstream media, Sean, and they're going to say, oh, see, he's just mean. No. He's not mean. Donald J. Trump was born of this media bias. He is a result of it, an answer to it. And we all who've seen it, we go, oh, thank God. He calls it out because guess what? No other Republican used to call it out. for years. Go back to George W. Bush. Like, nobody called it out. They needed to at some point. It's so wrong and so biased. And good for him. It's a stupid question. And he doesn't say it in a way that a professor would, right? He just says it like any of us would. What a stupid question. I'm standing in front of you holding a news conference. I mean, who is that reporter? What an idiot. And I'm glad that he speaks in this plain way so that we can all see it and go, yeah, really? What a joke. That's what he has to deal with.
It's crazy when they're like, well, you haven't been in public for a week and you haven't done, and they're literally this is a press conference, a news conference that's happening in his home when she hasn't done anything for the last 19 days.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and it's crazy because we are at 19 days and she has not held any sort of engagement with the press. 19 days. Now, I understand after July, I think it was 22nd when she got coronated, when Biden dropped out. Okay, maybe you don't have a press conference for the first couple of days. You're getting your affairs in order. You're putting your campaign together. The things are all over the place. You're not the nominee yet. I get it. All right, you get to a week and you're kind of like, where is she? Right? Where is this woman and why is she hiding? You get to 2 weeks and you're like, this is a problem because now we start to get the feeling that she doesn't want to be out in front of the press. Why would that be? She has now gone this far, 19 days now, as today is the 19th, I believe the 19th day that Kamala Harris has not held a press conference ever since being considered basically the presumptive nominee for president. And she has now let Donald Trump brand her as not smart enough to hold a news conference. And he said that in front of a large amount of press. And that's something that will make headlines. It may not be portrayed positively, but the fact of the matter is the root of the problem here is that she is not talking to anybody when there's not a script. And as we mentioned earlier in the show, when you're the president of the United States, not everything is scripted. They tried to script everything for Joe Biden, including walk to podium, turn left, put your hands on the podium, speak to this reporter, speak to that reporter. It still goes crazy. The world is not giving you a script before they go out and do something, something heinous. If it's an attack on Israel, there's not a script in say, okay, well, we're in scene 15 now. So Israel's going to get attacked. And then Russia's going to, join with the Saudis and break off of these things aren't scripted. These things happen out of the blue. You have to be able to react to that or plan for that or anticipate that. And Kamala Harris cannot do that. She is not good in these situations where she has to think on her toes. She's not quick on her feet. She is not experienced and she's not qualified. And she allowed Donald Trump to brand her yesterday as being someone who is not smart enough to hold a news conference. And that's a big problem because the longer this goes on, the longer this hide and seek game goes on, the more people are going to be like, all right, maybe he is on to something, because why would she not want to be in front of the cameras unless, as you said, Dawn, she's just not confident in her abilities to handle a situation like that.
Yeah, and she's not. Yeah, and by the way, the reporter who said that, he's headed to Montana, in that race, you have another reason that Trump is headed to there. I'll just headline that because we'll see him there today later. But he's with, I believe he's with Tim Shea, who is a conservative outsider, Navy SEAL. And so somebody who's another military veteran that we're seeing, and we think about the balance of the Senate in these down ticket races. And so, again, this reporter going way out of her way to call him out and say, well, you're not really, even though you're going to Montana tomorrow, that doesn't even count. Or like, what? We've never even said that before.
It's unbelievable. She said she called it not a swing state.
Right. Not a swing state.
But it is a swing state in the Senate.
Right.
It's absolutely a swing state.
Again,
yes.
and it would be Tester, right? That's Tester. So he's and some polls are saying it's too close to call right now. And so that is a critical race for the balance of the Senate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a swing state in the Senate. And, if you flip Montana and you flip West Virginia, and then the rest of it stays exactly the way it is now, not even thinking about Ohio, which is probably going to flip as well, Republicans control the Senate, right? So it's absolutely a swing state. It's a very crucial, not a swing state in the presidential race, but a swing state when it comes to the upper chamber of the legislative branch. And the reporter doesn't understand that. She's just looking at it going, well, you're going there. And what happened to everything's about Trump and it's all about Trump and he only helps himself. He's not doing this for him. He's going to win Montana. Okay. He doesn't have to set foot there. He's going to win Montana. He's doing this to help somebody else who is running for Senate. I want to get to this CNN. This is great. This is a CNN fact check gone wrong. Apparently, Donald Trump has been taking shots at Kamala Harris over her intelligence. Dawn mentions that Kamala is book smart. She's cunning, but she's not good on her feet. She's not good outside of the bubble. I happen to agree with that. I don't think Kamala Harris is actually a stupid person. I think she lacks in many, many areas, but I think she's pretty smart. She's pretty shrewd. She's pretty cunning. But I want everybody to hear this CNN clip. It's a fact check gone wrong over this Kamala Harris bar exam situation. Let's play that clip from CNN.
About Kamala Harris, he says she's the most unpopular / worst vice president in history, couldn't pass her bar exam. Scholars surveyed by the LA Times ranked VPs from 1933 on. They put Harris at 11 out of 18. Not great, but certainly not the worst. And she did pass her bar exam, even though she had to do it more than once.
Did she catch it at the end?
Okay, he said
she couldn't pass the bar exam. Obviously, she passed it. But he's like, well, she had to do it more than once. So let me ask you this, okay? Dawn, you have children. Are they eligible to drive yet?
Yes.
They're driving around. Everything's good. Okay.
Yeah,
Now, whether or not you have to take a road test. Okay. Now, if you have to take the road test more than once, what does that usually mean?
Well, it usually means that you're not ready.
Right. It means that the first time or the second time or the third time that you took it, you failed it. Nothing wrong with that. It doesn't necessarily mean you're a bad driver. Just because you fail a bar exam or you fail a test doesn't mean you're stupid. Okay. But the fact of the matter is CNN's like, well, she did pass it, even though she took it a few times. What? I said Trump was just saying that she failed it at some point in time, and he's using that as a knock against their intelligence. If you fail a road test or you have to take a road test multiple times, you're not going to take a road test a million times if you pass it the first time, right?
By the way,
I took it once. I passed it once. Yes,
you did.
And I passed it. I took it. I passed it. That was it. One time. I got a lot of points, but I passed it. Okay.
Newsflash.
And that's all that matters. I didn't go back there and take it again to improve my score.
But Sean, I'm looking this up that many states do allow up to 4 attempts, but in California, where Kamala grew up, in California, New York, and Florida, there's no limit on the number of times you can retake the bar exam.
Of course not. Yeah, diversity, right? It's equity. Everyone has to continue to try. And listen, fine. Try. I do think when it's something as important as the bar, maybe there should be a limit. I don't know how many times Kamala Harris had to take that bar exam, but I just found it funny that CNN literally admitted that she did fail the bar exam at least one time because she had to take it again, which is, again, whatever. If you fail a road test, if you fail a bar, but you eventually pass it, congratulations, you earned it. We hope, right? But for the fact that CNN had to openly admit that Kamala Harris had issues there is hysterical. All right, we'll be right back after this. I've got a really, really funny clip from Nancy Pelosi. She's Nancy Pelosi. She's got problems. You'll never guess what she said about Joe Biden. You may have heard it already, but this is going to be fun. We'll talk about what's coming up with the on the Dawn show later this morning, and we'll wrap up this Friday edition of Kayal and Company with Dawn and Sean right after this on 1210 WPHT. Do not go anywhere.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Tonight's 940 Phillies Diamondbacks game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
8:46 on a Friday morning. Kayal and Company with Dawn and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT as we are wrapping up the fourth and final hour of this show. It has flown by so quickly. And I teased you with little Nancy Pelosi. You see, I do another voice too. I do Donald Trump. I do Nancy Pelosi as well. You have to rub your wrists. Remember when she did that? She rubbed her wrists together on, I don't know what that's about. No idea. But she's Nancy Pelosi. And she has a very interesting and original take on Joe Biden and his presidency that even CBS is like, huh? Let's get to that clip. And then we're going to get to what's on the Dawn Show, this day in music history as we wrap up the show. Let's get to this clip with Nancy Pelosi talking about how she holds Joe Biden in just extremely high regard.
In a good place to make whatever decision, top of his game. Such a consequential president of the United States, a Mount Rushmore kind of president of the United States. Want to know what comes next.
That he belongs up there on Mount Rushmore. Lincoln and Joe Biden.
But you got Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden.
Joe Biden on Mount Rushmore. I mean, are we being serious now? Even Leslie Stahl was like,
come on.
Really? She's like, so Abe Lincoln and Joe Biden and Nancy, but you got Teddy Roosevelt up here too. You've got to be hold on a sec. So I actually have a feeling that if they put Joe Biden's face on Mount Rushmore, the other presidents will come back from the dead and uncarve themselves from that mountain. That's what I think will happen. You cannot. Do you remember how the left freaked out? MAGA would be like, well, you got to put Donald Trump's head on Mount Rushmore. It's going to be great. Right? They're like, oh, he's the worst president. He's Hitler. He's
so
this.
True.
He's that. You have Nancy Pelosi rubbing her wrists together on CBS with Leslie Stahl talking. And this is Leslie Stahl, who, by the way, she's a Bongino, one of my favorites, calls her the Sir lady because she's the one who kept interrupting Trump. Sir, that's not verified that they spied on you. All of it's been verified, by the way. But she was even like, you really believe Joe Biden belongs up there? He couldn't even finish his first term. I can't believe it. Dawn, I need your take on this. Do you believe, Dawn, do you believe Joe Biden should be on Mount Rushmore?
Absolutely not. But, if look, his grandkids, even the one he barely recognizes, maybe they could build a sandcastle with his profile on it on the beach in Rehoboth, and then the waves will come and wash it down. Maybe they could do that once he retires.
When I heard that, I was like, Nancy Pelosi must have been hanging out with Hunter Biden because only a crackhead could come up with a take like that. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then I also couldn't believe that it was so ridiculous, not just to me, but to Leslie Stahl, the fact that she had to push back on it. I thought that was like, I mean, you see the look on her face. She looked so confused. And then somehow Nancy Pelosi is trying to justify Joe Biden going up there because Teddy Roosevelt is up there. That's the speak softly but carry a big stick guy, right? I mean, Joe Biden, first of all, he doesn't speak softly. He screams and he tells everybody he's a member of all these different communities. He didn't carry anything. He can't even carry himself up a flight of steps, but he's going on Mount Rushmore. I thought that was just complete insanity. And Leslie Stahl even agreed. Which is, I always have to think, rethink my life choices if I'm in agreement with Leslie Stahl. But I think we can chalk that up to the blind squirrel theory. She kind of found it on accident. All right, let's get to what's up on the Dawn Show. What is next on the Dawn Show in just a couple minutes?
So we'll take you through, we'll look at, since the idiot reporter there in Mar-a-Lago, I was asking stupid questions about talking about down ticket. We'll go down ticket a little bit and investigate that. What is Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin? He just ordered all votes for the presidential election upcoming to be cast by paper ballot. And so we'll discuss, and I apologize because I should have mentioned that in a big three, so we could have talked. I would have loved to have heard your take on that. But Virginia expected to go blue. Wouldn't it be interesting if it does not with these paper ballots? Something I'd love to see across the nation. So we'll get into that and some of the down tickets, what Trump's doing. I do want to watch that video that is compelling to me. That was another video from the body cam video of the local Pennsylvania officers on the scene and some of their audio, and I think it's very telling. And I know we have some great guests in line, so we'll talk about local, national, and then we are under these pretty serious weather watches, Sean. So we're looking at all of that for our region, the tornado watch and high wind, high winds, high rain, flooding. Yeesh. So kind of a mess of a good day to stay inside and let us, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, just take you through your day.
It's a great day to listen to the Dawn Show at 10 a.m. Shortly after this show ends. And we have the great Phil Almquist, who is here with This Day in Music History. Fellow Jet fan Phil, as the preseason starts to ramp up, it is time. Maybe we'll set an over-under number of how many plays Aaron Rodgers gets through this year. But why don't we let the great Phil Almquist let us know what happened this day in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, August 9th, we celebrate the birthdays of Pete Thomas, drummer for Elvis Costello, and a heavenly birthday shout-out to Whitney Houston. We also lost Robbie Robertson on this day in 2023, and Jerry Garcia on this day in 95. Singles include Easy to Be Hard by Three Dog Night in 69, Save a Prayer by Duran Duran in 82. And Tesla released Time to Rock a year ago today. Albums include Shooting Rubber Bands at the Stars by Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians in 88. Out of This World by Europe on the same day. And Dancing Undercover by Rat in 1986. Also in 1980, AC/DC was atop the UK album chart. In 2002, Lisa Marie Presley married Nick Cage. And in 91, The Fifth Dimension got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But lastly, on this day in 95, the original members of KISS played together for the very first time since 1980 when Peter Criss and Ace Frehley joined the band to record their MTV Unplugged special. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
And there's the great Phil Omquist, this day in music history. We are coming up on the end of our time here this morning, and boy, did it fly by. Dawn, I had a great time. I hope you did as well.
Absolutely. Hey, someday I'm going to save all this so that I can say, hey, you know that Sean Farish who has his own Big Network show and is like the most famous, like the next Biggity Big. I had the honor of working with you. Seriously, you are a superstar, and the fact that you don't know it yet makes you even a more awesome human being. So just a lot of love for you. Everybody here, I know I speak for all of us here, not just at the station, but the listeners, the viewers on YouTube. I mean, Sean, I don't know if you feel the love, but you got a lot of it.
Oh, there's love. Oh, I love it, and I really do appreciate it, and I appreciate you. I appreciate your kindness, and I let my alter ego talk highly about him. So I know I'm a superstar. He's a great guy. He's got great hair. I do want to just make one more honorable mention before we run for the day. I know usually on the show we do like Who Won Twitter. There's one comment that is on X that I have to read out. He's been listening all morning. His name is Richard Notaro at press_FOR_life. And he said, I heard that the Rita's incident with the woman with the pistol wanted the tuna-flavored water ice, and the other woman tried to explain that the tuna delivery was stolen. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest news story of our generation, the great tuna heist of 2024. I hope everybody had a great time. Thank you for joining us on Kayal and Company. I'll be back, I'm sure, next Friday morning for my normal segment. We always have a great time here. Thanks to the viewers, the listeners over on YouTube, over on the Odyssey app as well. Appreciate you all. Have a great weekend. Stay tuned for the Dawn Show, and we will be back next week, and Dawn will be back on in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much.
Good night, everybody.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt